One.
Thank you, and welcome to the June 9th, 2020 meeting of the Chatham Board of Selectmen. This is a remote participation only meeting. I'm going to ask before I get started that if you are, would you please mute your phones and mute your videos, and then when you're called on to participate or making a presentation, you may then turn on your video and your phone, and your microphone. We get some feedback. Please note this meeting is being recorded and will be available shortly hereafter for scheduled and on-demand viewing on any smartphone or tablet device. If anyone else is recording the meeting, please let me know. Okay. Pursuant to Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order suspending certain provisions of the Open Meeting Law, General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 18, and the Governor's March 23, 2020 order imposing strict limitations on the number of people that may gather in one place, this meeting of the Chatham Board of Selectmen is being conducted via remote participation. Every effort will be made to ensure that the public can adequately access the proceedings as provided for in the order. A reminder that persons who would like to listen to this meeting while in progress may do so by calling the phone number 1-508-945-4410, conference ID 890-608-276, followed by the pound sign. Or you may join the meeting online via Microsoft Teams through the link in the posted agenda. Despite our best efforts, we may not be able to provide for real-time access, and we will post a record of this meeting on the town's website as soon as possible. So a first order of business is to call a roll call of the Board of Selectmen. So start with Selectman Kokolas.
Here.
Selectman Nicastro.
Present.
Selectman Metters.
Here.
And Selectman Dykens.
Here.
And obviously the chair is here. Okay. Saying that, again, I just want to remind everybody that the way that we process through this meeting is we make, there is an agenda item that we will have a presentation on. The Board of Selectmen will be called on to ask questions, to talk about concerns or make a motion or an action. And then we turn to the remote participants for their comments or questions. When I do that, I'll ask for a roll of who would like to speak, or we now have hand raising capability if you can see it on your computer. So please feel free, and any of the board feels free to raise your hand at any time. Then I'll create the list and we'll call on people as that happens. Please keep your videos and your microphones muted until that time. All right, so we've made the roll call. We have minutes to accept for our joint meeting of the town, of the Board of Health, the Board of Selectmen, and the Park and Rec Commission for May 27th, 6 p.m. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved, Peter.
Okay, Peter, and a second from Dean?
I'll second that.
Okay. All right, any edits or substitute comments? Let's go down the line. Why don't we start with Jeff this time? Jeff.
Okay, I only have one, thank you. It's on page 12. There's some typos under the second paragraph of state boat ramp regulations.
Okay.
So it's just boat and ramps. Need correction in the third line. That's it.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, is there any, okay, so Corey, anything from you?
No, nothing from me.
Okay. Anything from Dean?
Nothing, thank you.
Anything from Peter?
No, nothing else.
Okay, hearing none, then we'll take a roll call to accept the meeting minutes of May 27th, 2020. Peter?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Okay, so the meeting minutes of May 27, 2020 have been approved. Moving down the order, we have a public announcements and agenda item requests. First, I'll turn to the Board of Selectmen to see if they have any. Peter, do you have anything you'd like to
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. It's that time of year again. This is the pricing time for Cape Light Compact and our power costs. As is usual in the summer, the numbers go down, which is great. They're going down quite a bit this month. It doesn't sound it when you say 3 cents, but it's 23% decrease from where we were before. That'll be starting on July. You'll see the changes in the August bill. You know, people usually I use about 600 to 650 or so kilowatt hours. That gives you about an $18 to $20 reduction in the power cost over every month. So it's not insignificant, especially when you consider the full year. And I'll just put a pitch in for energy efficiency. If you haven't had a home review in quite a while, Cape Light Compact is doing it virtually and to get you in line to do a few things. If you wanted to do that, it's available. Just go on capelightcompact.org and go to energy efficiency. That's it.
Thank you, Peter. Dean, do you have anything you'd like? Any agenda item requests or public announcements?
Just another pitch for people to vote in the annual town election, June 22nd. And you can vote by absentee ballot or early ballot. I'm not sure what the deadline is. You can contact the town clerk, but we do have a contested race for school committee. One member of the Board of Selectmen is up for election, and we have a couple of ballot questions, so people should vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Dean, Corey, anything?
No, nothing this week. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Jeff?
Thanks, Madam Chair. I always look for an update on how we're doing with dredging, what the final costs were at Stage Harbor, and if we had any further conversations with neighboring towns. Doesn't necessarily have to be an agenda item, but and also we have an update on the certificate of occupancy at the Fish Pier. Just a couple of things there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, thank you. Any agenda item requests from the remote participants? Anybody want to share any announcements or agenda item requests? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. Okay, our new business, we have a coronavirus COVID-19 update from the Director of Natural Resources, Dr. Robert Duncanson, and Town Manager Jill Goldsmith. So we'll start with Dr. Duncanson. Welcome.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board, and the public. So here's tonight's numbers. Worldwide, right now, we are a little over 7.1 million, closing in on 7.2 million cases. 408,000 deaths worldwide. In the US alone, we have 1.9 million cases, and we are now at 111,000 deaths in the US. In Massachusetts, as of 4 o'clock this afternoon, we are closing in on 104,000 cases, and we have 7,408 deaths, unfortunately, in Massachusetts. For Barnstable County, we are at 1,462 cases and 123 deaths. And I'm happy to report those deaths have not changed over the last couple of days for Barnstable County. So we continue in the county to do a great job of flattening the curve. And as I think you'll see from the graphics that I just sent out with today's numbers, we are now starting to flatten the curve in Massachusetts as well. Up until the last couple of days, things were kind of creeping up steadily, but they are now starting to flatten out, which is good news. Just quickly, a couple of other quick updates. As everybody knows, we are now in phase 2 of the governor's plan as of yesterday. Meaning retail stores are now open with the appropriate guidelines for personal protection for staff and customers, as well as we have opened the lodging industry as well in Massachusetts, again, with the appropriate PPE for staff and customers or visitors as well. I know there's been a lot of question about how do you do open lodgings when Massachusetts still has a advisory for the traveling public that if you're from out of state, there's still this recommendation for a 2-week quarantine. We've asked that question among the state as well. The guidance is it is an advisory. It is not mandatory. So while we would really hope that folks coming from out of state, and we expect folks from out of state to abide by that, they are not necessarily required to do so. And so, it makes a little bit of a dichotomy out there, but that is still the information and the best information we have coming from the state. Just a quick update on where we are with the town itself. We have signed a contract, or we issued a purchase order on Friday to provide a lot of protective materials for various town offices. Screens around desks, dividers between staff and whatnot. That order has been placed and should be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And as I think we indicated last week, we have signed another purchase order with a firm to provide at our public counters at the annex, the sticker office, as well as the town clerk's office, the treasurer collector's office, to put in basically sneeze barriers at those larger open areas. And that again should also be in the works in the next couple of weeks. The company was out on Thursday. I met with the owner, saw a mock-up of what they're going to be building for us. And I think, as you can well imagine, what we're proposing to put in place will be a permanent addition, not just something temporary. We're also making substantial progress on the PPE front. So once we do reopen town offices to the public, we expect to have sufficient PPE in terms of gloves, hand sanitizer, masks to give out and whatnot, so that both our town employees as well as members of the public will feel safe. And just to reiterate, last week, the Board of Health did expand the mandatory mask order to include not only the Main Street downtown area, but also the Fish Pier observation deck when we open that up, the Lighthouse Beach overlook and stairs, as well as the transfer station. So signage has gone up, word is out. So hopefully everybody's going to abide by those orders from the Board of Health. And with that, I don't have anything else to bring to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duncanson. Does anybody have any questions on the board for Dr. Duncanson? Peter? Okay, you're muted, Peter.
No, I have any,
okay. Dean raised his hand, so I'll call on Dean now, and then I'll ask.
Yes, thank you, Bob, again for your report. And I had a question about how the Board of Health is going to go forward with these strictures that they have put in place, specifically something like the mask requirement downtown and in these other locations. I received, so did Selectman Metters today, a communication from a prominent member of the community asking about that and pointing out that the WHO has now apparently indicated that if you're asymptomatic, it is highly unlikely, if I'm remembering this correctly, to transmit the disease. And I think we all know that masks are, at least I find them to be very constricting to breathing. And I don't like wearing them, but I'll wear them downtown. And I think that requirement should be enforced wherever the Board of Health has imposed it. But so my question is, since I think you do a much better job explaining the inconsistencies of the WHO and the CDC and the state than they seem to be able to do, is the Board of Health going to continually monitor the situation so that if circumstances suggest some modifications, they will do that? They will consider those, or is it just a one-off item that they've put in place?
No, the Board of Health will continually monitor changes, as well as staff will do the same thing. And if changes are needed, we will bring those to the Board of Health. Their next meeting is Monday. And if we need to, we can always have the board call a special meeting to address these issues. I've quickly reviewed the WHO report that you're referring to, because that was sent to me by a couple of people. Yes, the WHO is now indicating that asymptomatic people are at less risk of transmitting the disease. However, the WHO at the same time has also come out and is now supporting the wearing of masks when social distancing cannot be maintained. So they've kind of now are on the same page, if you will, with CDC and others, including the governor of Massachusetts. So right now we have the governor's order that says you should wear a mask if you can't socially distance. And that's the guidance that we're going under. But yes, the Board of Health will continually monitor and make changes as necessary.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know Peter had his hand up, and then I'll call on Dean and Corey. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, this is just a quick comment about the WHO. I was on a webinar yesterday. I get on them once or twice every month from a number of the medical facilities up in Boston. Anyway, to put a fine point on what the WHO, what they said is asymptomatic. I'm going to say that wrong, but anyway, those are individuals who have no symptoms prior. They have COVID, but they don't have symptoms, nor will they ever get symptoms. And that is a piece. I don't know how small a piece, but it's a smaller piece of the full group of people that don't have symptoms, that have COVID, that then get symptoms. And so the first group, there's a indications, data shows that there isn't that much that they transfer. However, the other group still does. So it's, it's kind of, we're dealing with semantics, and I'm not a medical professional, but I kind of understand that. And you could see that in a couple of things that they're doing. The medical professional, the researchers are trying to get down to a low level and understand what's going on, and then they make a comment. So yes, it's better, but it doesn't. That's why I think the WHO says keep on using masks, if that helps.
Thank you, Peter. Let's see. Jeff, did you have any questions or comments?
I'm very comfortable with the Board of Health recommendations, including the new ones. And I think it's also good that they would consider revisiting those recommendations should the environment change and should facts change. So I'm very comfortable with the recommendations, and I thank them very much. They're a good group. Thank you.
We just did some interviews with them yesterday. Corey, how about you?
No, I received the same email that Selectman DeCastro received about, mask and such. I do want to keep an eye on things. I know there's a lot of mixed feelings on wearing a mask and social distancing and what have you, to understand what are the correct recommendations, how we are dealing with it locally, and frankly, how people are following those guidelines. Because I'm downtown on a daily basis now, and it's interesting. You see a mask that's used as a chin guard or a nose guard or what have you, when I don't believe that's the goal of wearing a mask, is to actually cover your face and not wear it as a blindfold almost. So it's very interesting, the observations I'm seeing right now, and as the season progresses, what we will or won't be seeing as far as compliance for these guidelines. So no, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Any remote participants want to ask Dr. Duncanson a question? Okay, hearing none. Thank you, Dr. Duncanson. I guess we'll move on to the town manager. Jill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. So the internal incident command team is still meeting twice a week, and there's still a lot of talk about internally about reopening. So Dr. Bob had discussed the personal protective equipment that we're working to get, as well as our workplace modifications. We're also working on the reopening plans for the public restrooms, beaches, as you know, which will be discussed a little bit later, and also planning for the annual town meeting, which will be at Veterans Field. So there's been a lot of logistics and a lot of collaboration, very creative people on our staff. So I'm looking forward to that town meeting on June 22nd. That's about it. I just remain in communications with the employees. I'm going to get ready to do a Zoom call with all employees, just giving everybody an update on where we are with our workplace modifications, our staffing rotations. We have a couple of people who, one person in the Council on Aging department who's now helping out the sticker office. So everybody's been really great about chipping in with other departments and helping where the workload has been more robust than some others. But I can't say, as I say every week, we're available by phone, email, snail mail, whatever is needed by the public. We're here to help you, including some drop boxes. So things are going well, and that's it for me for my report.
Thank you, Jill. I'll just ask the Board of Selectmen if they have any questions or comments for Jill. How about you, Jeff? Anything?
I'm all set, thanks.
Okay, Peter,
No, thanks.
Dean,
Nothing, thank you.
Corey?
No, thank you.
Okay. And then I'll ask the remote participants. Anybody have any questions or comments for Jill?
Yes, can you hear me?
And who is speaking?
My name is Jennifer Lerner, and
Hold on,
I-
Jennifer. I just want to make sure if there's anybody else first, okay?
Okay.
Is there anybody else that would like to speak as well? Okay. All right, go ahead, Jennifer.
hi everyone. Thanks for all your good work on behalf of Chatham. I am a Chatham homeowner, and I also have a house in Harvard Square. And I noticed a really shocking difference when I came from Cambridge, Massachusetts to Chatham. There's many more signs out in the public encouraging mask wearing and giving guidelines for how to congregate in public. And mask wearing is the norm there. And while there are political issues around mask wearing, there also is a clear science that you all just very capably discussed. And I was trying to unmute right when you were talking about masks, but had trouble getting in. So I apologize if I'm a little bit off here, but pertaining to the current topic of how we're going to have gatherings and things, I wonder if it would be possible to try to create more awareness around Chatham of the importance of wearing masks. And I can tell you that yesterday I took a long walk on Main Street and encountered less than half of the people wearing masks. And that was really alarming for me. We have immunosuppressed members of my family. And when I tried to talk to people about wearing masks, most responded really well and said, oh, I didn't know that the governor still had that requirement. And only one person was hostile. But it seems like there's not enough awareness in the general community that this is still a guideline for public. And in Main Street, in some areas, as you know, there's only a sidewalk on one side of the street. And so you can't really get out of someone's way and get 6 feet away from them. So if there could be more done to create public awareness about protecting others and about the guideline, I really greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Jennifer, for your comments. Jill or Dr. Duncanson, do you have any comments about signage and messaging that might be able to add to the, I have some stuff I can say about what the county's doing in providing. Dr. Bob, I see your hand has raised, so go ahead.
Sorry, Jill. Yeah, I mean, as soon as the Board of Health made their order, we put up the message boards. We put up signs all along Main Street and at the other 3 locations this week. I can tell you we've had in certain areas, we've had to go out and replace those signs because they're disappearing on almost a daily basis. We suspect we know why, but, we can't prove it at this point. I think I said the same thing last week. We frankly heard about 50% of the people say we've gone too far with the mask requirements in some areas of town, and the other people say we haven't gone far enough. So given the fact that the arguments on both sides have been about equal, I think we're probably right about where we want to be. We have had some discussions, and I know there's been some conversations with the chamber about, potentially Main Street ambassadors or something like that that could be available to help educate folks, as well as, giving out masks. It's tough. I mean, the Board of Health has indicated they're not going to take an aggressive approach in terms of finding people and whatnot. We could. We're really relying more on the education and peer pressure to get the message across. And, I've driven Main Street at various times over the last, number of weeks, obviously, pretty much every day. And it varies. Sometimes I drive Main Street and almost every person is wearing a mask. At other times of the day, it's not as good. Remember, this is only between 9 and 9. It's only in the downtown area between the Rotary and School Street. So if you're not in those specific areas, you don't necessarily need one under the governor's guidance. For other areas where the Board of Health has not mandated the masks, as long as you can socially distance, then you do not need to wear a mask. And so, we see that a lot. People walking along the streets around the loop and whatnot that aren't wearing masks because it's one or two people, and generally their family members walking together. So, it's difficult because even the governor's order does not say you absolutely have to wear a mask 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. So, there are loopholes. There can be people that have medical conditions that do not allow them to wear masks. We can't force them to do it. So, we're trying to get the word out as best we can on the website, on Channel 18 with signage. I know that most of the stores that I've seen that opened up yesterday have signage at their entrances talking about masks and whatnot. We provided some of that to them as suggested signage they could use. So, yeah, we're trying the best we can with a, obviously fluid situation with changes coming both at state, federal, World Health Organization levels. And, frankly, it's changing almost daily. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duncanson. Jill, did you have anything you would like to add to that at all?
Yeah, I believe that the education is going to be continual, and we're going to focus on education. So when we gear up, which is coming up pretty soon for downtown with our community policing, the cruisers will have masks, a box of masks. So if someone doesn't have it, they can give someone a mask and then have a conversation with them, as well as I believe even our DPW trucks too, if they're working in the park and someone doesn't have a mask, or not that it's required in a park. But I think we're going to try to do that type of education to help people get to that point. And as Bob said, I think the partnership with the Chamber of Commerce and the town is really good. It's very robust. And as we see the businesses starting to reopen and having their signage, I think our push is going to have to be, once you leave the restaurant or leave the shop, make sure that you are wearing a mask. So I believe it's going to be a continual thing, and open to suggestions where to get the most reach for our message. We're trying to reach a lot through website, community updates, and so forth. Our police and recreation have Facebook pages. So whatever, if there's any more suggestions, we're happy to do that. But I don't think it's going to stop on a weekly basis. I think we're going to continue this effort until at least the fall.
Thank you, Jill. I know from being on the reopening task force that the county is working on several different messaging signage for businesses, and for obviously the town has gotten some signs from the county for the beaches and have the guidelines. And I think a lot of this is about personal responsibility, and we can't control people's actions. We can merely make education and a big priority. And I think the town is working on that. Any other questions, Jennifer? Do you have any other questions for us?
Yes, thank you. Thanks for those helpful replies. And if I may suggest, there's a stretch of Main Street where there's kind of near the Agway and Pate's Restaurant and all that, where there's only a sidewalk on one side of the road. If some signs could be added to that stretch, that would be very valuable, because sometimes the sidewalk is quite narrow, and again, no sidewalk on the other side. So it's really kind of impossible to socially distance unless you walk on someone's personal property or walk into the street. And so that'd be super helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other public participants have questions for Dr. Duncanson or Jill?
Elaine Gibbs.
Okay, go ahead, Elaine.
Yes, I would just like to comment on what Ms. Lerner had said here. I think we've gone beyond the point of education. I don't think there is a person on the planet who doesn't know about COVID. And I think they have to be reminded. I had spoken about this a couple of weeks ago, that I thought we should be a little bit more restrictive and we could always loosen up as people come into town. I think the only thing that people understand are potential fines. We will charge a fine if you park over 30 minutes at Lighthouse Beach. This is far more significant than that. There's like 5 ways into town. One is coming up Route 28 from Harwich. The other is 137. Then there's Sam and George Ryder Road. I believe the only sign mentioning masks outside of the one downtown is where you take the right on Queen Anne Road after the Four Corners. If we could have signs on the major entrances coming into town that says masks are required with, some of the guidelines, downtown, social distancing, then people can't use the excuse that they didn't know. It shouldn't be left up to people, to say, hey, where's your mask? Nor should employees have to do that. There's signs there. When people don't follow the rules, the curve's going to go up, and then we're not going to be able to go back to work, and we're not going to be able to open the restaurants. So people have to do the job that we're asking them to do. And I don't think we should worry about offending people. I mean, it's to protect all of us. And, I don't like it any more than anyone else. But if that's what they say we got to do to get our businesses back, that should be our priority. And if it means a fine, just put it on the door. There's going to be a fine if you don't do it, and on the signs. That sometimes that's all people understand. So I'm disturbed that Ms. Lerner has said 50% didn't have masks on Main Street. That's totally unacceptable. The sign's huge. Okay, thank you very much.
Shireen, you're muted.
Dr. Duncanson, your hand was raised. Do you still want to make a comment?
Yeah, let me address a couple of things. One of the things that Joe mentioned was having masks in the police cruisers. We provided boxes of masks to the police department for their cruisers the same week that the Board of Health voted the original downtown ban in effect. So they've had those since day one, so they could give them out to people if the need arose. With regard to signage, we have the variable message boards both at the Rotary as well as the east end of Main Street. We've also had a sign up on Old Queen Anne Road regarding masks. We also have one down at the transfer station. We only have so many of those signs. Every community on the Cape is trying to get them and borrow them from the county and whatnot. So, but yeah, I hate to put it this way, but some of it does come down to personal responsibility. We can go so far, and some people are not going to pay attention, and others will. And yes, we could start issuing fines and all, but that creates a whole different dynamic in that direction. So just wanted you to be aware of those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Dean, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, I just really want to echo some agreement with the idea that perhaps some of the signage, I know we have a lot of printed signs out already, it might contain the notice that there is a $300 fine. And I'm not talking about enforcement here in the sense of levying the fines, but oftentimes if a person sees that there's a significant penalty, it will have what lawyers like to call an in terrorem effect. People will be scared into conducting themselves accordingly. So I don't think that's a bad idea. I've echoed that in the past as well, but it's my suggestion. I am in agreement with the comment that Ms. Gibbs made about that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. Any other comments? Okay. Any more comments from the remote participants? All right, hearing none, thank you very much for your updates. And we'll move along to what we've all been waiting for is the Park and Rec Commission recommendations for beaches. And I believe making the presentation is the Park and Rec Chairman, Meredith Fry. And I believe Dan Tobin may be included in this as well. Welcome, Meredith.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good evening, board and members of the public. Last Thursday, the Park and Recreation Commission met. We had a successful meeting with all commissioners present, along with some staff, Director Dan Tobin, Dr. Bob Duncanson, Judy Giorgio, Selectman Corey Metters, our town manager, Jill Goldsmith, and we had input from the public. We're going to present to you tonight the 2020 Beach and Parks Opening and Operation Plan. The operation plan is in accordance with the state guidelines and our governor's plan, and it also coincides with our neighboring beach communities. It's pretty big plan, so I'm going to try to highlight, go through, and then we can circle back if you have any questions or comments. So our 2020 Beach and Parks Opening and Operation Plan. We are planning to open our beaches Friday, June 26, 2020 in Chatham. There are usually 5 lifeguarded beaches and Lighthouse Beach that is supervised by Beach Patrol. Other beaches in town are referred to as rural beaches and are not staffed or have facilities on them. COVID-19 has created new mandates and requirements from the governor's office to operate beaches and parks this year. We'll start with beaches. It is recommended to open and staff all 5 of the usual public beaches this year on the planned opening date of Friday, June 26, 2020. Lifeguards will be on duty from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. every day through September 6, 2020. The beaches will be Hardings Beach, Ridgevale, Cockle Cove, Oyster Pond, Schoolhouse Pond. Beach gate attendants will be staffed at Hardings, Ridgevale, and Cockle Cove beaches. The Parks and Recreation Commission voted to, using past practices for Chatham guarded beaches, to not set limitations on residents and visitors and support an online non-resident sticker system. The one problem we might have is Schoolhouse Pond. With a 6-foot distance set around the lifeguard tower, there are very few users will be able to set up towels on the beach and be 12 feet apart. There are only 15 parking spaces. Capacity at the beach will certainly be exceeded if only those spots were used at the beach. There are also many walk-in visitors and bikers to this beach. So the Park and Rec, we decided that Schoolhouse Pond we would like to be guarded, and we recommended that the Board of Selectmen post no parking along Sam Ryder Road because that'll lessen the amount of people attending Schoolhouse Pond. So we unanimously voted that the Board of Selectmen ban parking along Sam Ryder Road for the summer season. Lighthouse Beach, it is recommended that we staff Lighthouse Beach as in the past years with Beach Patrol. The staff will cover this beach from 10 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. daily. There are some physical changes to the beach this year. Swimming and non-swimming areas are being evaluated. There is good space for setting up beach towels to maintain the required distancing, the 12 feet. ATV access to the South Point may be limited this summer due to nesting birds. Access by the ATV is also limited by little access on the front beach at high tides due to beach erosion. The beach staff will follow the protocols as outlined for lifeguards. This will apply to PPE for staff. The cleaning process will apply here to ATVs and personal watercraft used at the beach. Our rural beaches include Forest Beach, Pleasant Beach, Jackknife Harbor, and White Pond Beach. These beaches have traditionally had no staff or facilities at them. It is recommended that if managing distancing is deemed necessary at these beaches, then staff would need to be hired to assist with this effort. The Parks and Recreation Committee voted to keep the rural beaches unguarded and address safety or overcrowding issues as the season progresses. Distancing at beaches, managing the separate groups of people will be the biggest challenge. The requirement is 12 feet between towel group and no more than 10 people in a group. Suggestions of gridding out beaches with staking did not seem practical given the need to rake the beaches and the tides. Managing and controlling the 12-foot distancing between groups on the beach will be constant and difficult. And it cannot be part of the lifeguards' responsibilities. We will have signage specifying distancing requirements and hope that the individual peer pressure will encourage all to follow the directive. More active and involved management would require hiring of dedicated personnel to carry out this function or greater supervision enforcement by the Chatham Police if needed. We recommend that additional gate attendants be hired to monitor COVID-19 compliance. So overall, the Parks and Recreation Committee voted to recommend hiring beach ambassadors or COVID monitors, along with posting COVID safety signage at the guarded beaches this summer. Beach parking. Initial guidelines from the governor require that all beach parking be reduced by 50%. That has now changed and been removed from the guidelines. It is recommended that we monitor the use of the beach to determine how many people can safely be allowed on any of the beaches. We would adjust the vehicle parking spaces allowed at each beach based on the number, barricade off all the extra spaces from use. All beaches are also visited by many walk-in users and those dropped off at the beach. We recommend monitoring the beach use and a set capacity on how many beach users can maintain safety of 12-foot distancing between towel groups, setting parking capacity based on what each individual beach can safely accommodate, and only allow that many vehicles into the parking at any time. Residents and taxpayers will purchase beach parking stickers through the permit department at the annex as they have in the past, and their sticker will allow admittance to the beach if the space is available. We will allow non-residents to purchase beach stickers online to access the beach. We have created an online option for non-residents to purchase beach parking passes to get to the beach. The system is being set up through the town's information technology department. The gate attendant will admit vehicles into the three pay parking beaches, Hardings, Ridgevale, and Cockle Cove, that display either a resident sticker or a permit that can be shown on a smartphone or printed up to the attendant by non-residents. So there will be no cash between the gatekeeper or somebody trying to get in the beach. It would just be a online purchase. Gate attendants will require appropriate PPE to carry out their jobs. Additional staff would be needed to manage parking at beaches. Lifeguarding, the 5 usual beaches would plan to be lifeguarded in essentially the same manner that they have in the past 5 years. In the past years, there are 2 lifeguards in each tower, 1 lifeguard on the stand and 1 lifeguard in a folding chair at the base of the tower. Lifeguards would have face masks and gloves, protective shields, will also be worn when first aid is provided. Disinfectant will be used to wipe down lifeguard tower seats and all other equipment used in the daily operation. Lifeguards will be trained in additional safety protocols due to COVID-19 by the Chatham Fire Department. Beach patrol, the plans have been made to have a beach patrol again at Lighthouse Beach. This patrol will provide emergency response to a situation at the beach. They will manage the allowed swimming area and non-swimming area. The patrol also observes for the presence of sharks and closes the beach to swimming when necessary or other reasons such as weather. They can also assist in monitoring for COVID-19 compliance at the beach, which should have adequate space on most days. The restroom facilities, the Chatham public beaches are serviced by both standing restrooms, Harding's Beach, Oyster Pond, or by portable toilets, Ridgevale, Cockle Cove, Schoolhouse Pond, Lighthouse Beach. Chatham will establish requirements for all town restroom facilities in accordance with the established guidelines. Restrooms will be opened in accordance with the CDC, Governor's Office, and any additional local guidelines. Restrooms will be cleaned daily in accordance with the required guidelines. Portable toilets will be cleaned daily in accordance with all the guidelines by a contractor hired by the town to maintain them. The provision on hand sanitizer in portable toilets has become an issue due to theft of the sanitizer units. The contractor servicing the units has had to institute a replacement charge of $21 to the town and would want to replace the sanitizer if the bag is stolen. Swimming lessons, we're not offering swimming lessons this summer at Oyster Pond due to social distancing restrictions. We are also not planning to have the swim float docks installed at Oyster Pond Beach this year. We are going to have beach yoga. The Parks and Recreation Committee voted to approve the continuance of beach yoga with limited class size and a safety plan. Was presented by Ms. Norton, and she's going to work with Judy Giorgio prior to the start of her class. Parks, the Chatham parks are open, but will be managed by new guidelines established by federal, state, and local requirements. Most large events using park sites have been canceled for the summer already. It is recommended that any further requests to use them by organizers be reviewed by town staff and the appropriate board or committee before a permit for use is granted. The following activities taking place in town parks are recommended following the appropriate conditions to meet COVID-19 compliance. The Woodmill at Chase Park, we recommend that the historic landmark be opened as planned on Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. The number of visitors is usually very small at any one time, and it can be managed by 2 staff members on site. The Parks and Recreation Committee supports the summer 2020 Windmill program. The skate park at Volunteer Park recommends that this location remain open for use. A supervisor be hired for days during the summer to see that helmets are worn and that the distancing is maintained. Employee will have the necessary PPE on the job. The playgrounds, we recommend that allowing playgrounds to open when this is allowed under state guidelines. Maintenance and cleaning will have to take place with the following guidelines also. The Parks and Recreation Committee supports reopening playgrounds in accordance with the governor's guidelines and when it is safe to do so. The athletic fields, mainly the baseball fields, the Park and Recreation Committee voted to allow baseball games to be scheduled in preparation of the governor's Phase 3 opening July 6th and in accordance with the governor's guidelines. Tennis and pickleball are activities that are going on right now. They are following the guidelines for organized play as issued by the state. Pickleball play started on 6/1/20. The Parks and Recreation Committee supports tennis and pickleball play in accordance with the governor's guidelines, posting a safety guidelines on the courts and update as the governor's plan evolves. Croquet at Chase Park. The Parks and Recreation Committee supports croquet play at Chase Park. It is recommended that the croquet be allowed to play at the newly constructed court in Chase Park. This activity involves 4 players at a time, and they will be socially distanced and COVID aware and disinfect everything. We've talked to them. They'll be COVID compliant. Soccer or other sports, currently we don't have any other requests at this time. I believe those requests will come in as the governor mandates and our phases change. The traditional summer program was canceled this year. So we will not be having the summer rec program, youth tennis, swimming lessons, youth sports camps, or youth sports camps. The allowance and pricing of other adult fitness programs and similar will need to be evaluated on a case basis. Proposals to out-of-town programs on town property will be submitted by individual requests for use of outdoor space to run their program. These proposals will need to detail how the program will meet COVID compliance. The Park and Recreation Committee tabled this item to the next virtual meeting agenda, Tuesday, 6/23. The Park and Rec Commission also voted that we're going to try to meet every 2 weeks as things change, and if things aren't going the way we want them to on the beaches, or our COVID monitors are experiencing difficulties, then we will meet and make the necessary changes. And I believe there was a lot, so I read it quickly. I don't know if you.
Thank you, Meredith. That was a good report. You guys got a lot of work done in your meeting. That was incredible. I know that we have, on our agenda, we are discussing the beach portion of this report. I don't know if we want to take it further than that because it's not quite listed on the agenda, but we can move forward with this. And I had a couple of questions for you. And in the report, you have at the Ridgefield Beach Bridge that you're having like one way, either way, across the bridge. You're sort of doing we'll cross over, people wait till people cross over, and then they can allow themselves to cross, the other side to cross back, sort of nobody's crossing with each other in different directions. Did you consider that for the stairway at Lighthouse Beach at all?
Well, Lighthouse Beach, you can enter Lighthouse Beach from so many different directions. You can enter it from the main stairs, Fierce's, to the right of the beach club, the tennis courts. There's also Andrew Harding's Lane, and you can also enter it from where the Surfside Inn is. I can't
Hallway
remember.
Street.
Hallway Street.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So there's so many different ways to enter and exit the beach. It would be impossible to say, come up this way, go out that way. I mean,
okay.
I think we're going to have people take responsibility for distancing themselves. And I mean, we could probably, they're just going to have to wait or go around, find a different entry or exit.
Okay. Before we move on, Jill, would this be a good time for Craig to show us the presentation on the virtual ticket, day ticket?
Sure, I believe he's still on. It will be a very quick presentation. He did it also for the Park and Rec Commission.
Okay.
Craig, are you there?
Yep, I'm here. Good evening,
Hi, Craig.
Madam Chair, Board of Selectmen. I'm just going to give you a quick overview of the process for purchasing a ticket. Share my screen out right now. Okay. So basically, what we're asking the applicant to do is create an account. Once you create an account, you'll be able to request a beach permit, specifically for daily, weekly, or a seasonal purchase. For non-residents, this is no resident. This is for non-residents only. You'll be directed to a site. You create an account and you'll put in your information, some of your mailing address, etc. You go to Parks and Recreation. On the Parks and Recreation page, we have some of the beaches listed here. Now, this is just preliminary information. It's not etched in stone right now. Request a beach parking permit. There's some guidelines here that we're trying to have the users look at prior to purchasing the permit. They'll click apply online. Because they've created an account, their information will carry forward for any application that they make. So if they make any application in town, if they want to do another application for another day, they'll just log into the site and they'll be able to move forward with the purchase. One nice feature of this is it allows us to do some contact tracing, specifically for days if somebody is at a beach and there is a exposure, or we need to reach out to the VNA, whoever, for contact tracing. We'll have a list of who was at the beach through this system anyway, and we'll be able to notify them. They hit next, their information will be populated. They'll select what type of ticket they'd like. I'll do a daily ticket. I'll put in my name here. Registration plate number. We're looking to maintain the registration plate number so that when the applicant arrives, we're asking the gate attendant to jot down the registration plate number, just in case we have a concern where somebody can or cannot find parking. We can offer them a refund at a later date. We'll put in a license plate number here. And then what state it's from, the day that you would like the pass. Now, this is specifically for a daily pass, so I'm going to purchase a pass for the 14th. I acknowledge the beach guidelines. And then they'll click through, submit their application. They'll get sent an email. And then what they'll be able to do is once they'll get sent an email, but they'll be able to process this with a credit card. We haven't put in the credit card processing at this point in time. That will be set up in the next, probably by the end of this week. And they'll be able to print out their beach pass. There'll be a document right here, and they'll be able to print out this pass and show it to the gate attendant. Now, if they don't have access to a printer, they can save this document as a PDF or as an image, and they'll be able to show it. It clearly states what day it is that they'll be at the beach. It clearly shows their registration plate, and also it has some guidelines for social distancing at the beach. So, and we'll offer this for daily, weekly, and seasonal purchases for non-residents. Credit card transaction, no cash transactions. And what we've tried to do is, if in the event that somebody goes to the beach with a daily pass and they can't find parking, they could try other beaches. If they still can't find parking, we'll be able to offer them a refund. So that's pretty much the system.
Thank you. Thank you, Craig. That was informative. Okay, so I just before we get going, I just wanted to talk a little bit myself about Schoolhouse Pond. I think that the temporary parking at the beach, temporary parking at Sam Ryder Road makes more sense than saying no parking. I mean, temporary no parking. So it's not a permanent solution, but it's just for this particular issue. I'm not real warm and cozy about that because I think a lot of people like to go down the pond, grab their kayak and jump in the pond and do some active sort of participation into the pond. And I don't think that really is impacting people sitting around the beach. I know that that I was down there. There's no beach down there. The benches are in the water and there's literally no area. So I don't know. Is there a reason why you guys didn't consider like just an active activity area versus a bathing beach, sunbathing beach, Meredith? What was the rationale behind that?
Well, we didn't want to close the beach. I mean, that's what was brought before us, and we wanted it guarded. I understand that lots of swimmers doing triathlons train there. And if you feel that the parking on Sam Ryder Road is not to sit on the beach, because there literally is no beach. I was there today and there were about two families could fit, and they were distant. But if people park on Sam Ryder Road to use a kayak to go in there, I just don't know the full use of Sam Ryder Road, and maybe someone could speak to that.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so why don't I just turn it over to the board and see what your thoughts and comments are. Dean had his hand raised earlier. Dean, did you want to speak to the beach issues?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Meredith, for your presentation, and my compliments to the Park and Recreation Commission for what is a very thorough and thoughtful report. I did not watch your meeting, but this must have taken some time. Just a couple of questions or points. Did the commission consider not allowing day passes this year? Because some folks had mentioned in previous meetings concern about day trippers coming to town and overloading our facilities. So was that topic considered?
Yes, it was considered and discussed, but we found that if someone was coming here and staying at an inn or a hotel and they wanted to use the beach or renting, that this online purchase was the best scenario to come up with contactlessness. And I think we're going to the idea of the commission was to see how the first couple of weeks of summer, how it plays out. And if we're feeling like the beaches are overloaded with people purchasing day passes, but we really felt it wasn't fair to the town or people visiting to the town to say no to the single day beach pass. And also our adjoining towns are permitting day passes. So we're all in coinciding with our neighboring beach communities as well.
Thank you on that. And I do understand it's a difficult topic. You can't really prejudge, and I appreciate the commission's openness to monitoring the situation and possibly recommending adjustments going forward. The second point is just for the record, I think I'm quite supportive of your report, and I hope that the Board of Selectmen will take a vote tonight, because I think we need to get this adopted in some fashion. I will say, just for the record, because I did say it a couple of weeks ago when we had that joint meeting, I agree with Commissioner Selden. I would myself have closed the beaches except to Chatham residents and taxpayers. I think the town of Harwich has, I don't know how many beaches they have in Harwich, but I think there is one beach only that's open to taxpayers. So I'm not asking for comment on that. That's just my personal position. It will not deter me from supporting your report. The third point, and I just received a text message, I don't think he'll be offended if I disclose that, from our chairman of our finance committee, who pointed out that there are a number of recommended staff hirings, and he asked, is this information, are these positions in the budget? And I guess that's more a question for the town manager. I said I responded that I did not know, but I would ask the question. So maybe that's a question for Jill or Dan Tobin, if he's on. I think he is.
So, Madam Chair, there is.
Yeah, go ahead. I was waiting for you to respond. I'm sorry.
Thank you. So some of the funding that's already in the budget that was going towards the summer rec program is being redirected for gate attendants, additional gate attendants. And if it's COVID related, we do have an opportunity to apply for a grant from the Federal CARES Act. As you might recall, we have about $500,000 available to the town of Chatham, and this would be a cost that would not have been incurred had we not been under the COVID state of emergency. So we're working through that within the confines of the budget that will be presented to town meeting on June 22nd.
Okay, thank you very much. So those are my points. And again, Meredith, thank you very much, and thanks for the commission.
Thank you, Dean. Jeff, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple comments. Thank you, Meredith, for a great report. Comprehensive. You guys did a lot of homework and worked hard, I'm sure, on it. You answered my question about other towns and what they're doing with respect to accessing the beaches by non-residents. And I think I understand why some folks wanted to limit access to residents only, but I am in favor of your position, and so I'm very comfortable voting your recommendation. You said you were going to have guards you recommended a guard at Schoolhouse Pond or 2 guards at Schoolhouse Pond? That's a question.
Since it's so small, I
Yeah.
think if it's guarded, if we start off with just a guard, that the guard would be able to make people socially distance. And if we found that with reporting through the guard, a daily report of what is actually going on down there, that if we needed to hire a COVID person, monitor, that we could add one if the guard felt that it was overwhelming.
These are my thoughts on Schoolhouse, and I don't know whether they're they're capable of being implemented, but I would not have a Schoolhouse as a bathing beach, if you will, with towels spread. I just don't think folks can be socially distant, and we're being irresponsible, if you will, and perhaps spending unnecessary dollars from a town's budgetary perspective in having a guard there when we know folks are going to have difficulty being socially distant. And frankly, we're not going to be able to really service that many beachgoers, if you will. So I would be open to the notion of having Schoolhouse Pond be open to those distance swimmers that want to practice or kayakers or whatever, but to have it being a bathing beach with towels spread out and stuff. I know it's a very popular place, but I was there a couple of weeks ago, and there is no beach there, man. So I don't know how we're going to possibly, how people are really going to enjoy themselves and be more conscious of being so tightly together. And I don't know. I don't think it's practical, to be honest with you. Then the other issue of practicality I wanted to bring up as a general rule, mostly applicable to the beaches, but elsewhere, where and this is the rule at work. If you can't maintain social distance, you mask up. It's just a simple rule. So if you're getting on the bridge at Ridgeville Beach, and you've got people coming the other way, and you know you can't be socially distant, always have a mask with you and mask up. Just if you can't be socially distant, mask up. Now we have hard and fast rules for downtown, and now for the Fish Pier and for Lighthouse Beach, and I think it's very appropriate, especially for the stairs at Lighthouse Beach when you're going and coming, mask up. Just mask up. And if you're in the parking lot and you're tight together in a parking lot and the parking lot's full, you got to mask up. So if you can't be socially distant, I think it makes marked common sense. You mask up, even though it's uncomfortable. Mask up. And then I just was wondering, hopefully we'll be able to hire these COVID guards, if you will. I know it's kind of late in the season, but given we're not running other programs, perhaps we can reconfigure those folks that were going to be in other programs, or and have them be COVID monitors. And I think that was it. Oh, I had just a general rule. Is there a helmet rule at the skateboard park, at Volunteer Park? Is there a helmet rule there? Need to wear a helmet? Because I see kids not wearing helmets there. I don't know. You need to talk about a COVID guard. I really think the helmets ought to be worn. We're begging for a problem there.
Jeff, Dan's raised his hand, so he might be able to comment on that. Dan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to answer that question, yes, helmets, the signs are posted, helmets are required. When we do staff that location during the summer, that's one of the primary functions of that individual, to have that, although we know that compliance becomes a problem when there isn't somebody there monitoring the situation specifically.
Just a quick follow-up on the skateboard park too. We were going to install cameras. Do we have cameras there yet?
We do not. Yes, that is still a project that's in process. Okay. Stringing the cable and rigging the cameras. That's still in process.
Right. Okay, those are my comments. I think you guys did a great job. Really very thankful. Thank you.
So Meredith, when we're talking about all the, like what you said, and maybe this speaks to Dean's comment, but also sort of it's a double-edged sword when it comes to Schoolhouse Pond. If the restrictions on a monitored beach, like lifeguarded beach, like Schoolhouse Pond, are no beach bathing or something like that, that's pretty much going to push people to rural ponds like White Pond and Goose Pond that don't have as many controls over them. The same to speak to what Dean had said about having residents only sort of issues that he said he's somewhat fine with, but had felt that would be a strong point. That's just creating. It's not a solution, because then all of a sudden other beaches are impacted again, like our rural beaches will be impacted. I just want to make sure that we do talk about Schoolhouse Beach enough that it works. But you're saying that you want to give it a try for a couple weeks. Is that what I'm hearing from you on Schoolhouse Pond?
Yes, we wanted it to run as it usually does and be guarded, because people do swim there. It's not that they're sunbathing necessarily, but they're swimming, they're training. There's kayakers out there, and to have a guard there, or a guard / COVID monitor, you could put a sign up, no sunbathing, but it's not going to do anything. And you could try to close the parking lot, but people will still go there. I mean, we're chasing our tail here, as again, they will seek out other ponds and where no one's looking. At least we'll have a guard here, and we'd see how the first couple of weeks went, or even the first week, get a report from the guard and see what it is like there during the hot days. And if people are trying to sit on, shoulder to shoulder, which you really can't sit there. So it's not really a sunbathing beach anyway. It's more of like a swimming, fishing, kayaking beach.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I saw that Corey had his hand up first, and then Peter. So Corey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me okay? Okay.
You're fine, Corey. You were fine.
I think it's because I'm working on my iPad. I don't have a hand raising feature, so bear with me.
Okay. You can raise your hand physically. I saw that.
No, thank you. I think the Park and Rec meeting last week was very productive. They recognize that some of these things might have to be adjusted as the season progresses. This is not set in stone, so I appreciate that perspective. I am concerned about some of the the budget for this. I want some clarification, because on some of the traditional beaches, the Cockle Cove, the Ridgevale, we have guards from 9 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. And I know in past summers, at least I've received emails from different citizens asking why we don't have guards till 5 or 5:30. And if that is going to be a consideration, because there'd be an expectation when the guards roll off the beach that maybe some volume of people may enter the beaches at 4:30 at 5, and how does that get monitored, or how we want to or not want to address it. So I want to throw that out for discussion, because that has been brought up in past summers. Schoolhouse Pond, it's one of those beaches. I don't want to overthink this process, but let's be very blunt about it. There's no way to expect social distancing at Schoolhouse Pond. There is no beach. People go there. If they are fortunate to be first come, they get the little sand area. People go out fishing there. They go swimming there. They go boating, kayaking, whatever. So we got to be realistic of what that beach offers. People come in via car. They walk there. They bike there. That is just the way it's going to be. So that's the reality of how people will utilize that area. We're not going to shut it down. You put a sawhouse across the road, they're still going to go there. I am not of the opinion of limiting parking on Sam Ryder Road. I would be in favor of making sure the signage matched the signage of the parking lot, so that if you had a sticker and you're allowed to park in the parking lot, you could also park in that same stretch of Sam Ryder Road. But if you limit the parking spaces on Sam Ryder Road, frankly, I think all you're going to do is push cars to another area, another little side road, nook and cranny or whatever. So you're really not achieving, I think, the goal you think you might be. And that's just strictly my opinion. So I think the stretch of Sam Ryder Road has been traditionally used. People expect cars there. So from a safety perspective, I think we can stay with that. And then also going back to the guarding of Schoolhouse, there's going to be families, young kids, people swimming, kayaking, fishing, every element of outside activity imaginable there. I do think we have a responsibility right now to keep a guard on that beach. But the social distancing component, I don't think we can ever expect it there. If you go there expecting to have social distancing, it's really not realistic. It's just geographically constrained, high water, and it's a place that people will go. But they got to understand what they're expecting when they get there. So it's a tough call. But the Park and Rec did a great job. We're going to have to watch how things roll out. I am interested in a dialogue of how to wear a mask on the beach, though, because this has been a conversation of, you can walk onto the beach, set up your towel, take your mask off, sunbathe, fine. Then you want to go swimming, so then you can or cannot take your mask and walk down to the water. And when you're swimming, it's not recommended that you wear a mask, so you're not wearing a mask. But when you get out of the water, is it appropriate or acceptable for you to walk from the water back to your towel and then put a mask back on? So there's a lot of, I think that's going to be an ongoing conversation about masks on the beaches this summer. So you can get very hypersensitive about all these issues. Keep a close watch on it. It's going to be an interesting ride this summer. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Corey. Peter, you wanted to comment? Unmute Peter, please.
Of course. Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of what has been said, I generally agree with. I would just start by saying that I separated in my own mind, looking at the beaches from the rest of the parks and rec area. And I agree with everything that they have there on the park side, and each park and what they're planning to do. On the beach side, I had a lot of concerns. I'm sort of with Mr. Castro, and I don't know if Shireen, you said it this way, maybe not, but when I last week I was thinking of residents only because, not because we want to be elitist, but because it controls people that are going there. However, since that time, let's talk. What we need, we're in phase 2, and we have to follow the governor's requirements, which as Jeff Dykins, said, you put your mask on when you can't social distance. There are we've had a number of emails that provided, like the WHO with a comment that was made here before, and also New England Journal of Medicine issue. Those all have showed that what those people were saying is they were not against putting masks on. Actually, they were for that. And in the in New England Journal of Medicine, they did do that. Now, having said that, with the beaches, my concern now is that how are we going to implement this? And I know I normally don't like to tell people how to do their job, but I'm concerned about it, how we're going to monitor. And this is probably for Dan, and I'm sure he's thinking a lot about this. When we talk about we're gonna hope that people do what they should do social distancing. We are going to monitor the beaches. Those are all good words. I especially like monitor the beaches. You go to Harding's quite a bit, and also Jackknife a little bit, but Harding's quite a bit. And during the regular season, that place is packed. It seems to me, and it was mentioned, that we're going to monitor how people are coming in, how they're maintaining social distancing, and then decide when to stop traffic. I may be misreading that, but it seems to me that we ought to have a general idea of how many people could fit on that beach, and just generally, it doesn't have to be perfect. Have an idea of how many cars that would be. And I know it sounds like, you know, a math problem. It's probably a great math problem, but I'm trying to figure out how our monitors are going to ensure that there's social distancing, and they go out there with a 12-foot yardstick. I mean, it's something that we're all going to have to be worried about. And if we're going to have to close down the beaches, once you determine that, whoops, we have too many, it's already too late. So I'm worried about the process of how you think we're going to do this. I like the idea of monitoring. I like the idea of hope if you have a plan, because hope by itself is not a strategy. It's kind of hope. Using your mask on the beach, a number of places have done that, and it's worked pretty well. I know that the comment was made in the when we was addressed that, you know, you didn't want to lay out certain areas because you need to be able to take care of the beach. I don't know. I think about that a little bit, but I'm not. I don't think it's that necessary. The other thing I talk about with the science behind this, as best as I can tell right now, you know, the wind. This is airborne. You need the mask to protect somebody else and a little bit yourself. But the wind and the sun do mitigate it somewhat, from what I understand so far. But it doesn't get rid of it. And if we have our beaches packed, it's going to be terrible. Anyway, on Schoolhouse Pound, I kind of agree, with maybe having somebody there, because most people are going to be there. I drive down that road quite a bit, and in the summer, the parking, it's like it's. The parking on just before Schoolhouse Pound is expected to be a parking space. If you have somebody up there monitoring, maybe that takes care of it. And if you watch it carefully, if you have to shut it down, then we could always shut it down. The other one we haven't talked about, and I'll be quick, is Oyster Pond. There's a place that everybody can walk to. You can park there. It's going to be quite a few people, and you'll have, whoever is our social monitor there, or our COVID monitor, is going to have their hands full. And I guess we have to understand how they're going to operate. How are they going to be trained? And those kinds of issues. I worry more about implementing this thing than just shutting down the beaches. One comment that was shot to me was, okay, if you're going to give day trippers their payback, you can give any of the residents a return on what they spent for their sticker. I mean, it's a tongue-in-cheek one as far as that's concerned. And my other one is, do we really need day passes? I heard last time it was brought up that people are coming here and signing up for a week or two. There aren't that many day trippers coming. So do we really need that? If we're monitoring it, that's a good thing. But that's the one that bothers me more than anything else. I don't know if there's a way that the hotels, motels can have 2 or 3 day passes or something to that effect. Maybe that's too much work. But let me just end with saying, this group did a great job. They did a nice job of looking at it, trying to balance what was going on. I appreciate all of that. I just worry about the implementation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Peter. Dan or Jill, do either of you want to speak to any implementation plans that may be ongoing at this time, or you've thought about and considered? I see Dan just popped up on my screen. Does that mean he wants to speak?
Sure. Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair, and
Thanks.
members of the Board of Selectmen. All your points are very, very valid, and this planning process has been a challenge, and the implementation will be just as challenging, no question about it. I think with respect to the monitoring and the management of the crowd on the beach, it'll be part science, certainly, in terms of X number of people per square foot and 12-foot spacing between toweled groups and those kind of things. It'll also be a little bit of an art in the fact that our beaches are such dynamic places, in that we have people that are there at 9 o'clock in the morning and set up, some for the whole day, just some for a period of time. There are people coming and going constantly, so it's going to be a constant evaluation at all locations. Schoolhouse Pond, unquestionably, its own unique challenge. I don't know what way up is right or what way is up in that particular location. I think guarding it, at least so that we have people on the ground with supervision there to at least give us a sense if adjustments need to be made there, as the commission has suggested. I think we review that. As to Harding's, Ridgevale, Cockle Cove beaches, our 3 pay beaches, the new implementation of a online reservation system for procuring your parking sticker will certainly give us a lot more detail as to what's going on. It'll certainly make it safer for employees that are dealing with that. And I think it, to some degree, it may even deter people from going to those beaches to some degree, because it is going to be a little bit more of an involved process to do that. So that may, in fact, help limit things. The point about Oyster Pond, certainly a challenge. That's always been the free beach, if you will, in Chatham. It's usually been part of our swimming program, which won't be the case this year, unfortunately. But that is again a dynamic beach. A lot of times it's just somebody parking to view. Other time, the water. Other times it's actively going to the beach, and managing that on a day-to-day basis will take active involvement by the staff involved to determine things. I think as we get an understanding of what the traffic load is like for parking versus those that arrive at the beach either via drop-off or walk-ins, bicycling, or other means, will give us a sense of where we may need to cut back the number of available parking spaces during the day at each particular beach. And we don't have a cookie-cutter beach system. We've got different dynamics at each location in terms of their proximity to neighborhoods and those kind of things. So each of the beaches is very individual and will need to be addressed uniquely as that moves along.
Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Dan from the board? Okay, I don't hear any. Okay, so what is our next step? Do we want to make a motion to recommend these? Do we want Board of Health to have a crack at them and give us some recommendations? I mean, we are at June 9th. And we want to get these open, conceivably before the 4th of July and have a good plan in place. Does anybody have a recommendation on what our next steps should be?
Madam Chair, I think you should take a vote tonight. You're obviously going to open it up to public comment, so for the sake of trying to move things along, I'm going to move that the Board of Selectmen endorse the recommendations of the Park and Recreation Commission relative to beaches. Now, if someone wants to offer a modification on Schoolhouse Pond, that's fine, but my motion is a blanket endorsement of the proposal.
Okay. Thank you, Dean. Do I have a second on Dean's motion? Corey?
I'll second that motion for discussion purposes, yes.
Okay.
I would like to make comment on the Schoolhouse Pond. Again, my only reluctance in any of the recommendations is the limitation of parking on Sam Ryder Road. Again, I think it's just going to move parking to another area, little side street somewhere. So not endorsing the no parking on Sam Ryder Road, I would have no problem with endorsing the recommendations in our packet. So
Do you want to amend that
I would like-
motion,
I
Dean?
would like to amend the motion, striking the request from Parking Rec for no parking on Sam Ryder Road, but including all of the recommendations by the Park and Rec.
Okay.
I'll
Do you
accept
say-
that amendment.
Okay, great. So do we have a second on that or any further discussion from anybody else on the board?
Second.
Second.
Second from Peter, okay. Any further discussion before I send it out to the remote participants?
I just had one quick question.
Go ahead.
Should we go with the parking on Sam Ryder? Does that mean there will be 2 lifeguards at Schoolhouse Pond?
Dan or Meredith?
Yes, generally, we always work our guards in pairs, two by two type situation. So our guards are in pairs, so there would be a couple of people there. So in a situation, we would have someone with a backup in that particular situation, yes.
And I'm very supportive as long as we know we're going to be monitoring as we go here, folks, especially, Oyster Pond and Schoolhouse Pond. Both are going to be tough, I think, but I'm very supportive. Thanks.
Thank you. Meredith, do you have any further comment for us before we send it out to the remote participants?
I just want to be in keeping with the other towns with the single day passes. And, you can't come to Chatham and not be able to go to a beach. It's just, people do come here for the beaches and our restaurants and our stores. And it's a large part of our economy. And it's a part of who we are as a town. I mean, we are a beach-going town. So I thank you for approving our recommendations. And I will wait to hear from the public if I need to make another comment.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion. We haven't approved yet. So we're going to now put it out to the remote participants. So either raise your hands or call out your name and I'll add a list and make a roll call. Any public remote participants that would like to comment on this matter?
Elaine Gibbs.
Anybody else?
Herb Bassett.
Anyone else?
Herb Bassett.
Okay, Herb, I got you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Next.
Frank Messina.
Frank? Anybody else? Okay, hearing none. Elaine, you were up first. Go ahead.
Yes, just a couple comments. I think the online passes for the beaches is a pretty good compromise. I think that's an extra step people have to take, so that if residents have family members in, they can apply and do it. But what it does is it precludes people who go, oh, wow, it's a nice day. Let's go up and go to the Chatham Beach coming from Harwich or something. So I think that's a good first step. In terms of limiting the number of cars or anything at Harding's, I've gone there so many times in the summer and I've never had anybody sitting closer than 12 feet to me, even though the parking lot's full. I think people naturally socially distance on the beach. That's a pretty big beach. So hopefully that's not going to be a problem. And there was only one comment that I had. I totally understand how we can't have tennis or swimming lessons for the kids because of them having to have the teacher close to them and to teach. But I was wondering if Meredith could tell me if the sports camps were used in part by residents as part-time daycare for the parents, because my concern is that as we go into phase 3 and parents are, their businesses are opening up and they have to go to work, was that used for daycare? And if it was, I have real concerns that the town isn't offering something for those parents.
So before we go further, Elaine, I'm not trying to interrupt you, but I am trying to interrupt you because we have a motion that we're discussing the beaches right now and not the park. So if we can just table that for a moment. Do you have any other comments for the beaches?
No, not for the beach.
Okay, no. Thank you very much. Herb Bassett, you were next.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you. I am opposed to no parking signs on Sam Ryder's Road for a couple of reasons. Goose Pond and Schoolhouse Pond are classified as great ponds by the Commonwealth and are stocked with trout and other species by the Commonwealth. Most of the money to do that comes from the sale of freshwater fishing licenses. Now, Sam Ryder Road is used by people who park there, walk around the cranberry bog to fish on the east end of Goose Pond. And if you put up no parking signs there, you're going to hurt a lot of people who like to fish on that side of the pond, as well as people who want to fish in Schoolhouse Pond. So I just wanted to bring that up and bring it to your attention, and I'm sure you'll listen to it. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Herb. Those are good points to make. Thirdly, we had Frank Messina.
Thank you very much, Shireen. Maybe it's a clarification. You kind of indicated that you're only voting on the beaches, but yet in the report that was given by Meredith and Dan, it included the parks, specifically Chase Park, the windmill, the croquet court, and of course you have the labyrinth there. And so that was the first question. I guess you are voting for the park conditions also. Needless to say, I have a personal
So Frank, right
influence
now,
as far as the windmill concern. So are you just voting the beaches? You're leaving out that part of the report?
we are discussing the beaches right now because that was on the agenda, and then I'll ask the board to consider the rest of it after we get through the beach portion of this recommendation. Okay?
Just one quick question.
Sure.
The town landings and the fish pier and the launching, is that also under Parks and Rec, or is that a separate?
It's not under Park and Rec.
So that'll be a separate item for the selectmen's voting in terms of the conditions at these places?
Well, the landing issues have come up with state guidelines, and the Board of Health has taken on that. But right now we're talking about the beaches, so I'd
Thank
have
you very
to.
much.
Okay, thank you, Frank. All right. Any other comments from the remote participants or anybody else wish to speak to this matter? Any staff members that need to chime in on the matter? Okay, hearing none, I guess we can go ahead and take a vote on this. And Dean, can you or Shauna repeat the motion? I believe it was to
Sure.
approve the board, but not the parking for.
Right, it was an amended motion from Corey to endorse the Park and Recreation Commission's recommendations with the exception of no parking on Sam Ryder Road.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, go ahead.
For clarification, in light of Mr. Messina's questions, my intent is that the motion is limited to the recommendations relative to beaches.
Thank you, and that's what I thought our intent was right now, so. Okay, so I'm going to take a roll call. I'll start with Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
Selectman Nicastro.
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. So we voted to approve the beach portion of this. Now, I just want to get some clarification here because I did allow Meredith to make a full report on their recommendations. However, we haven't talked about, in one portion of our agenda, we have Park and Rec Commission recommendations for beaches. That's on here. But on the memo, we have recommendations to open beaches, parks, and recreational programs. So I'm going to go ahead and assume that we're okay in discussing the next portion of this. And unless somebody else has any objection to the secondary portion of the park side that leads from parks to other programs. Any thoughts on that discussion? Okay. Do we have any comments about that portion of the recommendations? Jeff?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm comfortable handling the rest of the recommendations as well this evening.
Okay, thank you. Is there any comments or discussion about the rest of the recommendations by the Board of Selectmen? Peter?
Yeah, just a question. Yeah, just a question on yoga. You said that, if I heard you correctly, you are going to have yoga on the beaches. Is that correct? Are you going to?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mary.
Yes.
Says
Yes.
beaches, but-
Currently, through state guidelines, you can have 9 participants and, you know, a group of 10 people, including the instructor, and you have to be COVID savvy. And I know Chatham Works have worked with Judy Giorgio, and they have a process where you take your temperature. And I know Jennifer is in contact with Judy Giorgio and going over how she needs to be COVID ready with her yoga participants.
Okay, no, thank you. Otherwise, you know, I'm fine with it. It just, you mentioned Chatham Works. There was a question of, and it doesn't probably fit here, but I'll say it anyway. You know, there was a question about whether they could do anything outside in their parking lot. And that may be a question for another time.
Meredith, I have a question for you about beach yoga stuff. Obviously, knowing that's gyms and whatnot are closed, and there's a lot of personal trainers out there. Has there been inquiries, you know, and people use the community center for some of their exercises? Has there been some inquiries to people wanting to use parks and, or Dan, hi Dan, parks and beaches for exercise classes?
We don't have requests for beaches at this time. I believe we will be entertaining requests for potential use of parks or grounds for classes like that. Again, they would be restricted in the same way that the yoga program, you know, to no more than 9 students and an instructor, and those will be upcoming before the Park and Rec Commission at a future meeting. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I saw that you did have it under other programs to consider. I just didn't know if there were any that had come forward so far. Any questions from our comments from the rest of the board? I think we heard from Peter and Jeff. Dean?
Madam Chair, do you want to take a vote on this? Because I'll offer.
I would love to take a vote on this, and then we can move forward.
Discussion. I move that the Board of Selectmen endorse the recommendations of the Park and Recreation Commission relative to, I guess it's best to say matters other than beaches that they have included in their report.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
Second.
And no, and okay, any further discussion from the board? Hearing none. Any discussion from the remote participants?
Elaine Gibbs.
Anybody else? Okay, Elaine, go ahead.
I'm confused. I'm the only person here. I thought Frank was there. If I am outside of the scope, let me know. In terms of businesses having classes on the beach, I just think that is going to start setting a precedent where it may impede the ability of private citizens to use those facilities. If we start having, I don't understand how you can say on a beach you can only have 9 people when the beach may be really big. So can you have 10 different groups of 9 people, you know, offering classes at the same time? And then what happens when the public wants to go out and walk around? How do they know classes are going on? I would be a little concerned about doing that. I've expressed that concern with using school property for a private business. And I still do, you know, I'm waiting for an answer on that in terms of subleasing school property for non-educational purposes. However, I would just hope that we take that into consideration before Parks and Rec starts allowing private businesses to have classes on public property, because it is taxpayer property too, and we should not be restricted if there are businesses running private enterprises. And then the only other thing that I wanted to mention, and I had mentioned it before, is I would hope that Parks and Rec would leave open the possibility during phase 3, perhaps, because we don't know how long this is going to go, of having some kind of camp for children, even if it's for half days. If parents are working for companies that open up under phase 3 and say, you have to show up to work, and the town isn't offering something for them because some daycare facilities, for whatever reason, can no longer take 20 children, they can only take 10. I hope we look into that to see what we can do to offer that for parents, because that's going to put them in a terrible, terrible bind.
Thank you, Elaine. Dr. Duncanson had his hand up, and then Chairman Fry. Dr. Duncanson.
Yeah, I just wanted to answer Ms. Gibbs' question relative to multiple groups in a location. That is allowed under the guidance. So an individual group cannot have more than 10 participants, but if the area, whether it's a beach or a ball field or a park, is of sufficient size, you can have multiple groups. They just have to be a minimum of 25 feet apart. So depending on the area, you could have multiple groups at the same time with no more than 10 people per group. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Duncanson. Meredith? You're muted, Meredith.
I'd just like to comment on the beach yoga. We have a contract with the Lighthouse Beach Yoga, a signed contract that she's the only instructor on that beach at that time, and it is early morning before the beachgoers come to the beach. And if anyone else, our community center has instructors, so we be offering our field space to our existing instructors so they could conduct their classes, which they can't because they can't be inside the community center. So if they could be outside or using our field space, that's something we would look at and hopefully accommodate our community center instructors who are locals and in part of our community itself. And to answer or comment on the daycare, we did not discuss that because we weren't going to discuss anything we didn't have control over. We don't know when phase 3 will be, and we don't know if we're ready to be COVID compliant at the community center and offer daycare. I think we're going to mirror what the schools are doing and just wait to see what our governor suggests and mandates before we do think about it. But there's going to be a lot of work that goes into that if we're allowed to have a daycare.
Thank you. Thank you, Meredith. Judith Giorgio, you had your hand up. Do you have something you would like to add?
Yes, hi, thank you.
Hi.
I just wanted to mention in regards to childcare for the summer, I've been working with Teresa Malone and the staff from Parks and Rec, and they are putting together a program for parents in town that are going to be looking for childcare. And it's instead of the rec program, we're combining it with Teresa's EEC, early childhood permit or license, whatever. And there is something in the works, and it will be offered to parents in town. So,
great, Judith. Thank you very much for that update. Okay, any other remote participants? Frank, are you still there? I know that you wanted to talk about the windmill. Oh, apparently not. Okay.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Go ahead, Frank.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much. I just wanted to comment. Appreciate the fact that you're going to allow the windmill to be open. We're going to be very careful to ensure that we're going to have 2 millers there at a time, and to be sure we limit the attendance inside the mill to 1 family, or if not, to separate individuals. And I think we can control that. And Dan has assured us he's going to provide the necessary sanitary protections we need to keep the mill opening. And it's going to be a busy place, Chase Park, between the windmill, the labyrinth, and now the brand new croquet court. It's going to be the place where everything's happening. And so thank you very much. But I did want to comment, the town landings and the fish pier and everything, that's something for a future date.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments from the remote participants? Hearing Jennifer Norton. You have your hand up?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Thank you so much. So I am the yoga instructor at Chatham Lighthouse Beach Yoga, and I just wanted some clarification about the numbers, because I heard something that was a little bit contradictory to my understanding. A group of 10, and then I believe that I don't remember who it was who was speaking, forgive me, but it said that there can be another group of 10. So it's not limited to one group of 10 participants. Did I understand that correctly?
I'm not going to speak to it as an authority, but it was my understanding it would have been another instructor doing another activity. But I would concede to Meredith or Dan on that, or Dr. Duncanson.
I think it was Dr. Duncanson who was speaking that said.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Duncanson, would you like to clarify that, please?
Yeah, the regulations say groups of no more than 10, which is generally one instructor and 9 participants. If the location is big enough, there can be multiple groups provided they're separated by at least 25 feet. So in your case, you could conceivably have a second group of 10 with a second instructor and another 9 participants. And that holds true for any outdoor venue, provided it has enough space, because you have to social distance within your group of 10, and then you have to be at least 25. That group has to be at least 25 feet away from the next group. But that's what the regulations do allow.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Thank you. Any other remote participants that need to speak? Okay, we're going to go back to the parks, and we have a motion on the other matters outside of the beach that we have a motion to approve. And we have a second, so I'll take a roll call. Selectman Nicastro?
Aye.
Selectman Dunkins?
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas? You need to unmute, Pete.
Aye.
Thank you. Selectman Metters?
Aye.
And the chair says aye. All right, Meredith, good job. Thank you very much. Your committee did a great job with the recommendations. And thank you. And thank you, Dan.
Thank
as
you very
well,
much.
and everybody else that participated on that meeting to get it done. Thank you.
Thank you to the board. Thank you.
Okay, great, guys. Our next order of business is the annual town meeting, June 22nd, 2020 update. We have a couple of items that we are going to get a little bit of an update on the logistics side of it. And then we're going to hear from the town moderator on he was inquiring to the board about a process. So Jill, are you going to make a presentation on the logistics first?
Actually, I'm going to have the town moderator go first.
Okay.
His information is a little more newsworthy than mine, and then I'll follow up with Terry showing the logistics and the diagram of the site.
Okay, great. All right. Welcome, Bill.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Bill Litchfield. We are obviously operating under extraordinary circumstances, the likes of which none of us have ever seen. And the board determined that we would, notwithstanding the current circumstances, have our annual town meeting on June 22nd, which is going to be at 6 p.m. at Veterans Field. You obviously cut the warrant to include the budget, some time critical matters, and also necessarily as a matter of law, the 8 or 9 petitioned articles, and also a separate article for the Council on Aging at 1610 Main Street. Jill has put together an able group of town employees led by Terry Whalen, who are working hard on logistics for the meeting, on parking, on checking in, on social distancing, on having 500 plus safe seats at Veterans Field. But notwithstanding that, there are many voters who are still uncomfortable about attending, and we understand that. We also appreciate that given the age of our population, many of our voters are in the particularly at-risk group. And it, I think, is unfair to have voters have to choose between participating in town meeting and concerns about their own health. So I think there were several things that I'm going to suggest that we do. First, I will put together a consent calendar of as many articles as I think can be acted on, which are non-controversial, which will be voted on block. In other words, we'll take one vote on all of those articles. I think it's also going to be important, and I would urge you tonight to make an announcement that all of the petitioned articles, not just the Council on Aging, but all of the petitioned articles, be put off until a special town meeting in September. There are some other articles that perhaps can also be continued until a special town meeting in September, which I understand you voted to call on September 19th rather. And that if you do vote tonight to put all of the petition articles on a special town meeting warrant, that we collectively announce publicly that the intent of your board and the intent of the moderator, frankly, is that there be no vote not only on the petitioned articles, but on the Council on Aging. And that we announce tonight that any voter who has concerns for or against either Council on Aging site or the Council on Aging, or for that matter, the petitioned articles, he or she or they ought not be concerned about coming because there will be no action. I anticipate entertaining very early in the meeting a vote to indefinitely postpone all of the petitioned articles and certain other articles which can wait until September. So accordingly, if you do that, certainly I would encourage all voters who want to come to Veterans Field on what we hope will be a lovely summer evening to attend. Later, not tonight, but later, we will talk about parking and logistics and everything else and safe check-in and socially distanced seating. We will still have a $32 million budget to enact, a $9 million school budget, a $2 million plus capital budget. But I think it'd be appropriate to limit June 22nd only to time-sensitive matters, put everything off until September. I anticipate that Jill and I may be talking with you next week, or she'll be talking with you with my involvement as to the actual logistics of how it's going to work. There will be some sort of presentation on Channel 18. We'll certainly be talking to the local media about the logistics of town meeting. But tonight, I hope the board would take a vote to put off all the petitioned articles until September and announce that there will be no vote on the Council on Aging on June 22nd. And I thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Litchfield. We appreciate this suggestion. I think we've all been sort of mulling about it along the way. I see that Dean has his hand up, so I'm going to turn to him. Dean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully agree with what the town moderator has said. That we've had a couple of conversations following his email and suggestion about having a commitment from the Board of Selectmen to place on all the petition articles. I don't know, Bill, if there were a couple that you wanted to refer to the planning board, but I'll leave that for follow-up comment. For the special town meeting on September 19th, so that the message could be sent out collaboratively to the voters that if you're interested in a petition article, such as the Council on Aging, or if you're interested in the Council on Aging article, you don't have to come to the town meeting on June 22nd because nothing's going to happen. You can show up in September. So with that in mind, I want to offer a motion, Madam Chair, that I to the moderator this afternoon. And it's in the form of a resolution. Resolved that the Board of Selectmen will place on the warrant of the town meeting next following the 2020 annual town meeting, currently scheduled as a special town meeting for September 19th, 2020, any and all petition articles that are postponed indefinitely at the 2020 annual town meeting. That's my motion.
Thank you. Do we have a second on the motion of the resolution?
Second.
Oh, everybody second. This is great. So we sort of have a feeling about how everybody feels. I think I heard Jeff first.
Yeah, no, I second. I'm fully supportive. I think it's a no-brainer. So let's go. Yeah.
Agreed. Any other comment from the board? Corey, Peter?
Same, I agree.
Okay. Any remote participants wish to comment on this? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to take a vote on the resolution, the motion for a resolution. Selectman DeCastro,
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas,
Aye.
Selectman Metters,
Aye.
Selectman Dykens,
Aye.
and the chair says aye. All right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much, Bill. We appreciate it. Okay, moving on to Jill. A little
Thank you, Madam
update.
Yes, so we're not going to go through the logistics presentation. It's getting pretty late, but we will reserve time next week to go through it because I think it's important everybody know what to expect when they show up. So one of the items that I'd like the board to endorse would be the presentation of the motions for the articles that there will be a motion on. Typically, there's two head tables behind or next to the moderator, and we go down the line of having the Board of Selectmen offer motions, and then they're accompanied the Finance Committee. There's also, they go down their committee. And what we decided, because of social distancing and the number of tables where we would have to sit everyone, I'd like the board to endorse having the chairman read the motions that will be presented. And again, as the moderator said, probably bulking up many of them. So there would be quite a lot less than there is actually on the scorecard that you guys have in reviewing. So the same thing would happen for the FinCom. So the chairman then would read the FinCom's vote or report after each article. So it'd be the moderator flanked by both chairs of the Finance Committee and the Board of Selectmen, and then the first few rows would be reserved for the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee members, should someone want to speak. Part of the challenge is having to clean a mic after someone speaks, and just having the turf as it is, although it will be safe, but there might be some mobility issues. So this is the plan that staff had come up with to try to expedite the motions being read and maintain that social distancing.
Thank you, Jill. Was it my understanding that the Finance Committee voted to okay that for the chair to already? Have they voted that?
They did. They were able to meet last week.
They were able. Okay, I'll entertain either a motion or comments from the board.
Yeah, so moved.
Okay, Corey?
No, I'll second that. So basically you're saying that I don't need to worry about my articulation of the warrant articles in the presentations? Sign me up. I'm good.
Yes.
Okay. Any other comments from the board? All right. Go ahead, Peter.
Madam Chair, yeah, just a question. Going to be ADA capable at the town meeting?
Yes, it has.
Especially for the Board of Selectmen. Yeah.
It has to be, but also we want people to feel comfortable not attending, not restricting the right to vote on anything. The budget has been well vetted by both the Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee. So people who are able to show up, and at least 100 for a quorum, we're going to make sure that it's safe for them. And again, next week we'll present parking options and where people would expect to check in and all those type of movements, again, so people have an understanding. And then, as I'm rambling on, Alex and I have already done our annual town meeting preview show. And I also want to do a PSA with the moderator talking about town meeting, why it's different this year, but again, carrying out the business of the town. So that's our goal, is for it to be ADA compliant. But if someone's not comfortable coming, then they don't have to come.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? We have a motion. Any comments from the remote participants? Okay, hearing none, I'll take a roll call on this motion. Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
Selectman DeCastro.
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
And the chair says aye. Okay, Jill, we're on.
Thank you.
All right, great. Thank you. Okay, it's 8 o'clock. We now have a Route 28 West Chatham roadway construction project shutdown status. Request for reprieve by Verizon for on and off road work at Route 28 Main Street and Barn Hill Road. Director Temple, are you on? Did you want to make the introduction to this? And then I guess we'll hear from a Verizon rep, Ellen Cummings. Welcome, Tom.
Madam
Aye,
Chair, I'm
thank you,
going to
Madam
recuse
Chair.
myself, Madam
Oh,
Chair. I'm recusing
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. Thank you. Welcome, Tom.
Hi, how are you? Good evening.
I'm well, thanks.
I just wanted to let the board know that as soon as the meeting was concluded the following day, at the start of the workday, I put Mass DOT on notice of the board's decision to decline the continuation of the utility work out on Route 28. I thought that was the end of it, and I guess it got pushed up the chain through Mass DOT. And when I was notified that they were out there working on Thursday, I had half a personal day on Thursday. I made over 20 something calls between Mass DOT, the town manager, et cetera, to get it squared away. I also sent in an email to them reiterating what the board's position was and that they were to stop immediately and not perform any more work. And I was told that they got our message loud and clear. They won't be out there any further. So on Friday, there was no work taking place. On Monday, they came through, as you recall, at the Board of Selectmen meeting. I indicated that they were going to be doing the remedial work on the pavement, milling and overlaying. They wanted to do that the first week in June. And because of the rain on Friday, they pushed it and they came in on Monday. I immediately, when I saw them out there on Monday, I notified Jill to let them know that they were out there doing the milling and overlay. They did not detour the road. They kept the traffic open, going 2 lanes as best they could while they milled. I did get a call from 2 different people out there, which I met with, and one of them indicated that that they had closed off the property when I went out. The gentleman was not there. I spoke to him later. He called me after I went in with the police officer and discussed the situation. We left. He indicated that he had left both at least 2 entrances for the Shop Ahoy mall area that they have there open, one being on Bond Hill and always one on Route 28. And so the police ended up doing a report on that just because he wanted to make sure that everybody was on the same page. I did talk to the owner of the package store. He indicated his concerns also, with respect to notification. What I did was I told them that moving forward, we hadn't had any problems with the contractor. When Lawrence Lynch was completing his portion of the work, he was putting on the notification to all the abutters as he moved down the road, doing different segments of the drainage and all the utility work. And it was my understanding that, everybody was pretty happy with Lawrence Lynch as they moved forward. When the utility companies came back in to do their work, they're pretty far off the edge of pavement. They're actually in the shoulder area for most of the utility transfers. Gas company was, again, tying in side streets and cross connections. But for the most part, they accomplished a lot. Like I had mentioned at the last meeting, they were ahead of schedule. Both the utility companies were ahead of schedule to complete. So they would have been probably done the 17th and 19th with just minor work on the private properties at the end of the day. The Board of Selectmen made their decision. I made certain that I reiterated their point and we shut it down. And so I think right now you have one of the utility companies coming in to request that they be able to work on the private property sections to make those tie-ins. That's where we are. I do apologize for any inconvenience, and I said the same thing to the 2 people that I met with out there. I did indicate, though, moving forward with the contractor, once he comes back out and the utility companies come back out, I will make certain that as they're moving down the road, the utility companies typically notify all the abutters when they're going to do their specific work for the residents or the businesses. And they put them on notice and they tell them when and if they may be without a loss of service for any length of time. That's never handled through the town. That's always handled by the utility companies. That's something I've never been involved in my 37 years in the business. State normally, when it's on their right-of-way layout, The only thing we typically do is take a look at the traffic management plan and making sure that the utilities are installed in accordance with state standard specifications and to our satisfaction as the town. I believe the only jurisdiction that we had, which is what you voted on, I believe, was the ability for them to come in and do work in that period of time where the close down for summer was supposed to occur. So again, if there's anything I can answer for questions, I would be happy to.
Shereen, you're muted.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
That was my first words. We've been experiencing disconnect, and I know that it's my understanding it's a MassDOT project. That's where it goes. But I think that going forward into the fall or into any other things that are going to happen going forward, we need to take responsibility as a town. And this isn't more towards Tom, but to Jill, to be able to put together some sort of plan so that the business have a better working relationship, that we can help them better plan for these things ahead of time, that it just doesn't get dumped on them in a day and all of a sudden they're scrambling to do social media or they're not, just everything. I mean, the businesses have had 15 years of some construction going on there. And I think a lot of them are really challenged by it. So that's what I want to say about that. I understand that we've, had some problems go in the past, but I want to figure out how we can get a solution. We had the chamber working with us and they continue to do so. But there's got to be a way that we can sit down and map out something ahead of time that says, if this happens, we do that kind of thing.
Yeah, I think
outreach is important. It's very important. And I think from a personal level of having that as a work experience, I understand even when you give people bad news, as long as they get it up front, oftentimes they'll maybe not just accept it, but they'll have a better understanding of how to plan for it. Go ahead, Tom.
I think one of the last meetings that we had when we were at the annex, when we met regarding the project, when we were leaving, Mr. Meservey came up to me and he said, this is the best contractor I've ever had. He came up ahead of time, told us he would be in front of our place 3 or 4 days from now. And that's what he was doing going all the way up the job. And I think that's why there was no real issues. It's getting in at the last minute when we were finally able to get them back in to relay all that gas main was when there was a disconnect, because it was no longer the contractor letting people know what was going on. It was the state, and here comes the utility companies. And I think that's where, and I told the gentleman that I met with from the package store that moving forward, I'll make certain that if Lawrence Lynch is not on the site and the contractors come back for us in September, that I will make certain that I go to each of the residents and make sure of the businesses to let them know where we are, where we're coming, here's the schedule. And even if I have to hand them a schedule for the employee, if the owner isn't there, at least they can put it in for the owner to see of the shop and let them know when things are happening. So I'll do that moving forward. It's a very simple thing that we can do, and it'll make it easy for everybody.
Okay. Corey, did you have any comments?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a very draining process for a lot of people. And I know the frustration from business owners, shop owners, residents, visitors, you name it. Everyone who's gone through that area has had some kind of side comment to make. Communication amongst all parties is critical. We've all experienced the emails and other stuff that have come forth with some of this. And I think this area needs to be shut down for the time being. Let's take the summer off. Let's try to tread water and have everything put in place in the fall so that we can continue this process with an aspiration that there's a light at the end of the tunnel. But I think people are just worn down. The pandemic has worn people down. This road project has worn people down. Some breakdown in communication has worn people down. And I think the members of the board, staff, town manager, we're taking the brunt of this, which is our job, and I have no problem with that. But sometimes things get out of control a little bit, and I don't want any of that to continue. So let's shut this down, take the summer off, start this fresh in the fall, and hopefully get this thing done.
Sorry, I'm trying to not shuffle papers and have that. Do Dean or Peter have any comments on the update from to Director Temple? Because we do have to discuss the request by Verizon, inclusive of this agenda item.
Well, I'll comment if it's okay with Dean first. Yeah, I voted to shut this down the last time we were there. I made a comment that logically it made sense to try to continue because in the long run it will be better. Although I was concerned, was it worth a business, somebody going out of business because we had everything blocked up. I'm looking at what was brought in this time. This is a utility company who set up and they can talk to it. They set up their connections and ahead of time. They're going to park on the parking lot. They're not going to be out on the street. If and I hate the ifs, but we're in phase 2. We're going to phase 3. Everyone says not everyone, but there are a lot of people, a lot of businesses and motels that are being booked for the fall. If this is something we can get done now, and Tom is confident that those trucks won't be in the way, that Verizon understands our problems of our businesses. I don't see that as a great impact. And I understand what Corey is saying, but in this case, they came back. They're coming to us because there's a real scheduling concern here. And if they can't get it done now, then we have no idea what's going to happen in the fall. They don't seem to know. And it doesn't seem, it seems to me the risk is better held by getting this thing done now, keeping the businesses open and then going on. They're milling the road. Like you said, they're doing that. I went by there and they did keep it open. So, the whole issue of this whole thing was because of the gas company and where the gas was led. So that's my comments.
Thank you. Tom, did you have a response
Yes.
to Peter? Okay.
Yeah, this is why at the last meeting, I indicated that both Verizon and Ngrid both had, Ngrid had approximately 11 services left remaining, and that was it. And most of their work was going to be like the electric company, like Verizon. It was going to be on private property at the taking lines, because the 11 connections that were left for the gas company was something that they can't get into the houses now, and it's of a time crunch. And then at the end of the day, once it's completed, we don't have to worry about if we get hit with a second round. The same thing with Verizon. Their work is also relegated to the private property portion. Their equipment would be really off the right-of-way layout and on the shoulder. So that's why we were trying to get that done. But, I understand the reason, but because originally they both indicated that they were going to ask till the end of June, and that wasn't the case. And I think Selectman Nicastro even mentioned, well, why don't we just go to the 19th, which would have been when they both probably could have been completed, but that's not what they requested. So I understand fully what the board was requesting and asked for, and the reasons why. I appreciate that. And I also understand how hard it is to get a utility company back when you're trying to get things done. And the scheduling is a nightmare. And on that second side of it for the gas company, we have 2 gas mains that are gassed up in Route 28 that are not connected yet. We can't connect those new pilots to those new mains. So, there's whole reasons when you're trying to do these things. There's other reasons just because of a couple people that didn't want it to take place. But, I understand, and if it's a case where they, the desire is not to continue the work, I mean that's the choice, and we can go whatever way you want. So.
I don't think it's just a couple people that didn't want it to take place, honestly, and I think that West Chatham Business District is a dynamic economic area that needs to have the consideration. So, Dean, you had your hand up.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make some general comments, and since Tom brought up the gas company, I was seeking a couple of weeks ago to see if there was support for allowing the continuation of the gas work, which this board requested. This board requested a complete relay of the gas line. I didn't think the gas company was going to agree to do that, but they did. And they said they needed 2.5 weeks to complete it. We're almost halfway through that 2.5 weeks now. There is limited activity going on in that area. So I think history may show that it was perhaps somewhat short-sighted not to grant that request. I voted for the motion, or I guess against the motion to restrict it to June 30th, to extend it to June 30th, because that was the motion. I do think the businesses have suffered badly there for the sewer connections that predated anybody on this board, and through this project, which no member of this board initiated. But we were given it. We could have killed it, but we didn't. We felt that it's in the best interest of the town. And because we feel that, I think the board needs to show some leadership in advancing this project to completion. We may have lost an entire season because I think it's going to be very difficult to get these people back in, as has been pointed out. So I think that there has to be some balance and compromise on the part of everybody, because as important as the businesses are, they don't own that road exclusively. The interests of the entire town are in that road. So I feel somewhat disappointed that we didn't allow the gas company to get it done, because it would be almost complete. But that's ancient history. And so I'm interested to hear what the representative from Verizon has to say, but I'd be inclined at this point to allow them to continue that work to completion, given the parameters that have been stated. But I just that while there may be broad concern, we received 2 emails about 10 minutes before the board meeting 2 weeks ago. And I know other members of the board heard directly prior to that. At least that's my understanding. And I appreciate and respect that. And I've supported accommodating the businesses as much as we can along that stretch of road. But we're not even here at the 4th of July yet. And if there's an opportunity to have some of these preliminary structures put in place so that Lawrence Lynch can come in and complete this job, then I think we should do that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dean. We've heard from everybody. And I think we should turn it over to the Regional Director for Verizon for her presentation. And thank Tom for his update. Tom, one more thing.
Yeah, I'd like to apologize. When I said a couple people, I was referring to the letters that you received. I didn't know that more constituents reached out to. I do apologize for that whole region. There was no disrespect on my part, and I just want to go on record of saying that.
Okay, thanks, Tom. Noted. Thank you. Regional Director Alan Cummings, welcome. You have a presentation for us.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and Select Board, for agreeing to let me present tonight. Yes, so I am here regarding the Route 28 West Chatham roadway project. The Mass DOT project called for Verizon to move some of our facilities. So we did need to set some poles right from the start. So we did that. Pretty much at that point, that's where Verizon steps aside because other utilities and other work needs to be done. So it was.
Did you see her face when I said that? Shit.
Sorry, what? I'll just ignore that.
Go ahead, Director. Go ahead, Ms. Cummins.
Thank you. So then we have come out in the meantime, so we had to run new cable out there. We have run the new cable, but when we do run the new cable and we have to switch the facilities over, for us, it's not like power, where power just connects a new cable on and everything's energized. We have everybody's on an individual service and they're on pairs, and we have to splice that together like for like. So if you have one service on this end, we have to splice it together with the service on the cable on that end, and then we have to make sure it has tone and whatnot in the central office. So it is a bit of a tedious, time-consuming process that we have to go to give everyone service. One of the portions of that project that we need to do is there is a small downtime that has to be taken. And we scheduled that for Thursday night. It would be the downtime that we advised customers of. It takes place between 11 p.m. and 7 a.m. So that's 11 p.m. Thursday night. And then we're out of there by 7 a.m. on Friday night. And then that portion is done, the downtime, and we're required by the state to give 45 days notice to customers that they will be taking a downtime. So that's been done. We have about 3 weeks of work that's left to be done to do all the splicing. And then the only thing that would be left for Verizon to do at that point is remove all the old cable. And while that's being done, where a double pole situation has been created, we also take that double pole at the same time. So there are two things, but the more pressing issue that we have left to do, that it's Verizon's turn to do now, is to do the splicing work on the new cables. Again, it's about 3 weeks of work to be done. If we're not allowed to do that, we would have to try to reschedule the downtime again in the fall. Again, we would have to make sure that we give enough notice. But I'm not sure when in the fall that would happen, because if we move off of this, there's a lot of, it's summertime. There is a lot of work that has to be done out there. So it would have to be rescheduled. So we're asking the board for relief tonight to be able to come out and complete that 3 weeks of work. We're very flexible to when you would like us to remove the cable and remove the double poles. I mean, in some situations, people may not want us to do that in the summer when it gets busy. For example, I was in Nantucket recently in a meeting. We were talking about that on a project that the power company was doing, and I suggested that I come back in the fall, so I'm not clogging up their streets as far as removing poles. So you may not want us to come back until another time, but that's another crew that I would be using for that anyways. But what we would like to do right now is to complete that work, so the splicing will be done.
Thank you. Some comments from the board. Peter, Corey, who wants to go first? Corey, your hand's raised.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, clarification on the 45-day notice to the, property owners, I guess.
Yeah, customers, yeah.
So, because that is the information that was relatively new to at least me, and I believe the full board, because that information came out yesterday, basically. And I know some of the shop owners, I think, were very rattled by that information and may not have even known that information, possibly. I'm getting some mixed information on some shop owners, but so if this were pushed off, what would be an anticipated next window, I guess, in the fall, with a 45-day required planning? Would this be September, October, November? I mean, what would, I mean, theoretically, what would be the next window of time that this would be looked at?
Sure, and thank you for the question. So I just wanted to make sure that you clear we are notifying anyone that has service with us that will be impacted by the outage, that your service will not be working at that time. So if there are other providers out there, if you don't have service with us, you wouldn't be notified because you don't have service with us. You wouldn't be notified. So I just wanted to make that clear. I'm sorry if it was confusing the way I presented it. So I can't really answer. We would try to get back out here as soon as possible, but we're going to start working other jobs. So as other jobs come in, whether they be private jobs, whether they be municipal jobs, whether they be state jobs, we'll have to look at the look at the schedule and try to see where it fits in. And then unfortunately, that's just the reality. And then on top of that, you also have, the weather. I mean, I'm hoping that we don't deal with anything that we dealt with last year. But that's always kind of the wild card in all of the planning. So you plan and you schedule out according to the work you have, but then things, you can kind of have something thrown in there if we have a bad hurricane season, or we get remnants of hurricanes, and that puts our forces, because as soon as that happens, everybody comes off of work, like construction, new install worker, and road construction, and we do restoration. So pieces can move back and forth, and it can affect schedules.
Well, I appreciate that response. It's just been very difficult for us because it's clear that a good portion of the businesses in this stretch are just at their breaking point as far as trying to manage, dealing with the work that's been going on for the last decade plus, dealing with the economic concerns in play right now with the season and the pandemic. And it's a difficult position for us to be in because, they're trying to hang on to everything they can to maintain their businesses. And that, some of the past the manner, how the past road work has flushed out recently has really raised some tempers. So I just want to be, frankly, it's a very difficult position to be in because I'm not an owner of a business in West Chatham, and having to deal with this, we can only imagine what they're going through. And we get bits and pieces of it through the communications and verbal conversations we have with them. But there's a clear sense of unsettled feelings with the businesses that I just can't shake. And that's just kind of where my position is coming from. We told the gas company to kind of pack it up and move out. So it's hard for me to say, another utility can stay. So I respect the position you're in. I appreciate the presentation you're giving tonight and the response you gave to the previous question. But I really think it's time to clear this area.
I just want to remind people to please mute their phones and their computers. Thank you. Thanks, Corey. Did you finish up? Thanks. Jill, your hand's raised, I see. And you're on mute.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. So in the board's packet, it lays out the extent of the work to be done. But Ellen, I know that there was notification for an outage. I think it's temporary outage for this Thursday, the 11th, if the board does approve it. Would the power be out for every business from 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. or is it a rolling outage as you guys are doing your splicing?
Yeah. Yes, Jill, that's actually a very good way to put it. It will roll. It's not like an all or nothing, so to speak. So as splicing and cutting occurs from on old to the new one on the main feed, so some people may go down sooner, and then later and then others will come up before. So not everybody, again, it's not like an all or nothing. So it is rolling. So people will be in different states at different times within that. And it's usually, it takes some time as they get out there, they get set up, they're in the me and home stuff too. So it can take, in all, they're not down along. It takes a lot of prep time and stuff, and then cutting and closing it back up again, which takes a lot of that time. So you don't really see people down, one individual person down for, say, like 6 hours out of that shift.
Ellen, there's a lot of restaurants in that area, and also, I'm not seeing in the packet where you've identified how many properties are notified in that for the shutdown.
Yes, we didn't include that. We usually don't include like outages like that because some of it involves circuits as well. So that would be identified on a different thing. It's not just all like looking at it as a service goes down. It would be, like 20 residents, 25 small business, because some of that runs on circuits. So it wasn't broken down.
Okay, so you're saying that you can't tell me how many people you notified about this? You don't know particularly?
No, I didn't look at that.
Okay. Any other comments from the board or questions for Ms. Cummings? Peter?
Chair, thank you. And maybe for Ellen and maybe Tom. I remember I saw a layout that said where the trucks were going to park. That's for one thing. We're going to be off the road. I wasn't sure that was the case. The second is if Verizon has to come back in the fall, they're not going to do this in a vacuum. So they're going to have to deal with whatever our construction guys are going to be doing. Is that correct? So what's the coordination there that has to be done? And go ahead. I'm sorry.
Tom?
Yeah, based on the conversation with the contractor and the state, it's their intent to have the utility companies finish their work before Lawrence Lynch comes back into town. So whether it happened now or it happened in the fall, that's the expectation, that they get their work settled first before Lynch comes in. Because when the contractor comes in, he's going to have to do his full depth reconstruction and start putting in the footprints of the roundabouts, and then do all the curbing and then the sidewalks, et cetera. So they really want all the utilities done and out of the way before they come back to town.
Follow up
Sure.
on that. Ellen mentioned she'd have to pull the wires out. That would have, if we agree to this now, they'd be doing that sometime in the fall, which is something that we could or could not do. And I guess I'm going to say it could or could not affect how our contractor works. That fair statement?
It is, because what could happen is if we end up with a second round, we could be in a worse situation. We know what we have right now with the governor starting to open up the different phases, phase 2 and 3 coming up. We don't know what the fall will bring if we get hit or we don't get hit. It could be a whole different scenario. Their restrictions could be greater come the fall time about entering in for the gas company side for entering in, but for the electric side, I think it's probably going to be the same. I would be more concerned for the as the chair said, you have restaurants in that area, but you also have some package stores and that make ice and keep things cold and refrigerated. So making sure minimizing the downtime between those areas where restaurants and that happens is key to all the businesses out there.
Thank you.
Just
go ahead, Ms. Cummings.
I can tell you this. So as far as the removing of the cable and removing of the poles, that's actually, that's very easy for us. And we have separate crews for that. We've actually added over the past year and a half, we've added new crews that are dedicated just to double pole removal and transfers and whatnot. So, I would leave that totally up to the discretion. Be happy to work with Tom, whenever they want that done, when it's ready to go. If they would want it done immediately, we could do it immediately. Or if you wanted to hold off and it wasn't impacting your contractor, I would leave that to you, but that would not be a problem for us to do. if it's ready to go.
How many poles do you have left to pull out there?
I didn't get into that to check today. I went in to do a double pole report just to take a look at Chatham, and Chatham looked great, actually. But I did notice that the power company has a lot of poles on that stretch where they need to do a transfer. So if we were, I would just make a suggestion, if we were going to do that, it might be good to encourage them and then cable to do the switch, and we could go in and pull the poles from this project and any others that are lingering on that area and just knock it all out. But I can get that for you tomorrow, Tom, if you want.
That would be great. And most of those poles, just for the board's, notification, most of those poles are on the south side of that stretch. There's a couple that were across from the Dunkin' Donuts, but the majority of them are on that south side of Route 28. So.
But that could also be a good opportunity to knock out a lot of those, like I said, lingering double poles that are sitting there. If we could get power and cable to move them, I could take them out at the same time.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, thanks. Dean, do you have any comments? Questions? You're muted, Dean.
No, Madam Chair, I don't have anything to add at this point.
Okay.
Like I said earlier.
Corey, Peter, anybody want to offer a motion on this matter? Peter, you are muted.
Sorry, we're not doing this too well this week.
That's okay.
I move to approve the Verizon to continue work until completed by, do we need a date? Or to finish the work before the end, before a certain time date, I think we would say, end of June.
I believe July 4th was on the memo.
Okay.
It should be done. It said that it should be done prior to July 4th. That's what I'm saying. Correct?
Right. Yeah, that's fine.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that, but I wanted to ask the Verizon representative if June 30th is a more acceptable date? Is a possible date, or do you need July 4th?
I mean, I'm going to try to get out of there as soon as possible. But I would like to have till July 4th. I need to be done by July 4th because it starts vacation time for everyone, right? So I would like till July 4th. I'm going to do everything in my power with my area operations manager to get out of there sooner.
Tom, I see your hands raised.
I've seconded the motion.
Second the motion. Tom?
Yeah, I'm not sure that you would have till the 4th of July because I believe the state does not allow you to work on the 4th of July within their right-of-way layout. They typically go the day before, half a day before the holiday, and something on the day after the holiday. So I'm not sure that 4th would be a deadline.
Yeah,
so
I think technically, Tom, I think the holiday with the state is being observed on the 3rd. So I mean, I'll probably need to be done by the end of the day on the 2nd, which is the Thursday.
Okay.
I believe, because I'm pretty sure the
Participants?
Elaine Gibbs.
Anybody else? Okay, Elaine, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just like to say to the
Frank
business
Messina,
owners.
sorry.
Okay, Frank. Yep, I got you. Go ahead.
To the business owners, because I'm sure they're going to be concerned about this vote. But we only have 2 seasons to work on this project. It's the fall and the spring, basically. You can't work in the winter and you can't work in the summer. And Tom Temple has said in his report that this project, if we stay on schedule, is going to be completed next spring. Now, I find that hard to believe because there's a ton of work that has to be done, but I don't want to have any excuses as to why it's not finished next spring, assuming we stay on target. We also know Lynch can't do any work until Verizon gets this done. Let Verizon do it. And then in the fall, Lynch can start working. If Verizon can't commit to coming in September or October, we will lose the entire fall season. which means we can't start any of the work on the roadway until next March 15th. And that will delay the project by a year. Every time you lose a season, you lose 6 months to a year. So I would hope that this gets done. Under one of the original plans, we were supposed to have all the utilities done before we even started the other roadway work. So I'd like to see this go forward, and I hope the businesses understand that if we can get this done, then we can get this thing completed by next spring.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Frank?
Yes, I would like to associate myself with Dean's comments. We need to move on, and I use Shop-Ahoy Liquors, and I use Asian Paradise, and that construction work hasn't stopped me from shopping in West Chatham, and I'm sure the businessmen are being slowed for a lot of reasons, and I think this is a good time. Things are still slow. God knows what the fall is going to bring, so I would encourage you to go ahead and allow Verizon to continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Frank. Tom, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to go on record. When Elaine said it'll be done in the spring of 2021, that before was when we were talking about all the utility companies being completed. We have Verizon that's going to get a chance to complete that, but keep in mind, we still have gas company that has to come in and do their work, and that's going to be later on in the fall. So it's not going to be happening in the spring because both utility companies haven't gotten out of the way. That's all.
Thank you. I just want to go back to what I'm struggling with here. Dean, I see your hands up. And that we said that all construction would stop for June 1st. And we've given people our word. And then we've had it not stop. And then we had the milling, which we all wanted to see done. And then now we have Verizon asking to come in. I'm really torn with this a lot, in that we gave people our word, and now we're rescinding that. But I'll let Dean make a comment.
I was just going to add, and maybe I'm being repetitive. I'm doubtful that this will be completed in the spring of 2021 because of the decision relative to the gas company. Because we saw last fall how late it was that the utilities came in. They didn't come in right after Labor Day. We didn't see people working on that road until late October or early November, as I recall. And I suspect that's going to happen again. And frankly, I suspect the gas company is probably perturbed.
Thank you.
They should come in and read the line, and they didn't. And I totally get with the chairman, Madam Chair, what you're saying, because I wrestled with the same concerns, and I think we all do. We all want to help these businesses to survive and to prosper eventually. I think the best way to help everyone in town, is to get this damn project done.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead, Peter.
Madam Chair, I would echo that. And the second part, I think, is, I am an optimist, and when the fall comes around, this needs to be done. And there's a minimal impact, at least it seems that way to me, on the businesses that are there. The trucks are going to be off on the side, and they're going to be doing things that shouldn't impact on what's happening in that location. So I think we need to get this done. And yeah, I understand what you're saying, because I felt very badly about my position on this now, but you can't. Well, I just think it's better for the businesses, and who am I? I'm not one of them there, but it seems to me better if this is going to be a minimal impact, to get this done so that when our fall comes around, and hopefully we're in phase 4, things can move along.
Ms. Cummings, I'm really struggling with this. So I was wondering if you can explain to me a little bit about your statement that this will not interfere with traffic. How is that so?
Because most of the work where we're doing with 4 splice locations, the work that we're doing, and I think Tom was alluding to this earlier, we're off the road. We're not in the roadway working.
So there's no cones up to redirect traffic away from your work site at all? There's no police details?
Well, we'll still have police details, for safety reasons, you know, but we are off to the side.
Tom,
Yeah, I think that she'll also have cones. She'll have to have cones around her vehicles because of the work zone safety for her men, but there will be cones in the police officer's direction, but they'll be on the shoulder area where the fog lines would be typically. So you'll still have the 3 lanes that are there, the lane that they're driving in east and west, and then the lane to turn. So.
okay. All right. Any other comments before we take a vote?
Actually, Dean, Madam Chair, Dean, do you want me to show the photo of shop?
That would be helpful. Yeah.
Yes, I think the one you sent around late today, which shows the location of the vehicles.
I tried to find it in my emails, Jill, and I couldn't, so I'd appreciate it if you could share it.
Okay, let's see. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this is Shop Ahoy, and I'll let Ellen speak to it, but this appears to be in the new state right-of-way, so it's not on private property. Is that correct, Ellen?
Yes, so if you're going down, it's the Barn Hill Road. It's that corner right there, closest to Barn Hill Road is over there. So the poles are over this way, the manhole is here, and then off to the side is where the 2 splice trucks that'll be working are set. So we will have a police detail out here, and as Tom said, yeah, we put cones around our work area and stuff like that, but we're off the road, and we're even though this time it's going to be at night, but we're basically away from the buildings and the main traffic. We won't have any other vehicles there.
So all this work is being done at night?
This is the work. This work will be done the Thursday night, the cutover, when we have to take some people down.
Yeah.
The rest of the stuff happens during the day, but again, those ones we're still off the road.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'm still struggling. I guess we're ready. Are we ready for a vote?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Peter?
Aye.
Jean?
Aye.
Corey?
Nay.
And the chair says no. Thank you. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Ms. Cummings.
Thank you very much. Have a great night.
Thank you. Okay, next.
I guess
Yes,
I'm
so-
just a little confused. Did that carry or not?
It did not carry.
Did not. Okay.
No,
thank you
it's
for
a
your
it's a
time.
tie. It's a tie vote, so it did not carry.
I missed that. Okay. Thank
So
you.
sorry.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. The next up is CVEC Round 5 photovoltaic installation, community center and police station. So this is Terry Whalen. Welcome, Terry, and welcome back, Jeff.
Good evening. I'll just quickly set up some background on the request before you. And as you may recall, it's a very similar request to our round 3 request for the installation that was placed upon the new fire station headquarters. So as the town's been continuing to coordinate with CVEC through the process, again, our Selectman Kokolas will remember, I mean, we've started this probably back in 2011, have had a list of sites and have been chipping away at those as opportunities have come forward for us to participate in the regional programs. And so what's before you this evening is a request for continuing with an installation on the rooftop of the community center, and then an installation at the police department, placing solar panels on canopies in the parking lot area. So in your package, you had some graphics of where those locations would be, and the kind of the highlights would be the fiscal fiscal impact over the years. Assuming a 20-year term. The installation for both the projects would be approximately $302,000. over 20 years. And I did neglect, I see Liz there, and I'm sorry, I do have Liz Argo is here as well from CVAC. As you noticed in your package, we had kind of appended lots of the kind of the technical details, and obviously Liz is here, still here to answer any of the technical questions. And in the report, we had the motion basically modified, very similar to the same motion that was put forward for round 3. The one nuance is with the parking lot, the canopy installation, a little bit of a different nuance where that is actually a different leasing agreement. It's not a power purchase agreement, but it's in there. So that's why you'll see some change in the language.
Okay.
So those are kind of the high points, but we can answer any questions, and then and then, like I said, and then we've got Liz here for any technical questions. And the I don't think Chairman Worcefter's in the meeting, but again, this has been coordinated through with the Energy Committee as well through the process.
Great, thank you, Liz. Welcome. We have a Board of Selectmen here that Dean wants to ask a couple questions.
Well, Madam Chair, I don't want to preempt Liz, but I, in the interests of time, because we're not even halfway through our agenda,
Right.
at 9 o'clock, I'm going to offer the following motion. We'll lose
Thank you.
the table. I move that the roof of the Chatham Community Center located at 702 Main Street in the parking lot area of the Police Department, parking lot at 249 George Ryder Road, are available for disposition, and that the town manager is hereby authorized to lease that rooftop and parking lot out for nominal value for up to 30 years for the purpose of installing and owning solar photovoltaic energy systems in accordance with the RFP issued by the Cape and Vineyard Electric Co-op, CVAC, and further that the town manager is hereby authorized to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with CVAC to acquire net energy and net metering credits or their equivalent value from said solar systems, contingent upon final document approval by town council.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Peter. Any further discussion from the board?
Just a
None?
question. Just a
Okay,
quick question
okay, Peter, go ahead.
for Liz and Terry. The community center, is that behind the meter? Is that what that is? Is it? It is.
Yes.
Okay. Just like the other.
Yep.
And it was interesting to see the leasing agreement that you came up for the parking lot. I think that's great, personally.
Thank you. Thanks. Any comments from the remote participants? Dean, you have your hand still up. Is that?
Sorry.
You can
I'm
take it down.
sorry.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. I understand that the Energy Committee has endorsed this. That's right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments from the remote participants? Okay, hearing none, we'll take a vote on the matter. Selectman Dykens.
Aye.
Selectman Metters.
Aye.
Selectman Nicastro.
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas.
Aye.
And chair says aye.
Selectman me.
Selectman me. All right, thank you. Great job. This is really exciting to see this moving
Thank you.
forward.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thanks
Take
to Liz
care.
for all her help. Thanks, Liz.
Yes, thanks, Liz.
Thank you.
Okay,
Good night.
so we have, next is finally, temporary outdoor seating policy procedures from Community Development Director, Katie Donovan. Welcome, Katie. Thank you. I know it's a late hour, so.
No problem. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board. So here tonight to ask the board to consider a temporary outdoor dining policy and procedure related to the most recent governor's order related to dining outdoors. And so Shauna and I, working together with other members of town staff, including the police chief, the fire inspector, our principal planner, central permitting coordinator, health agent, and building commissioner, we have come up with a policy and guidelines for some outdoor dining regulations. The policy that was presented to the board was something that was sent to us by town council. And then working with town staff, we developed the guidelines in the application. So as you'll see in the policy, there would be 2 tiers for approval. One would be administrative approval, and that would be for restaurants looking to add outdoor dining in areas either on, within their own property, either in a parking lot or on a lawn area. And that would be for restaurants that don't have an alcohol license. And then the other would be a more formal process that would come before this board as the licensing authority for the liquor licenses, and for any applicant seeking to maybe put seating or tables out on town property. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I'm not sure if you've had a chance to review the materials, but in the interest of the hour and the time, I'll be happy to take questions.
Thanks, Katie. I did review it. It was pretty thorough in respect to hopefully providing opportunity right now for our businesses during the phase 2 opening. I thought it was really thought out, well planned, and I appreciate the team that was put together to work on this. Jeff has his hand risen, so let's hear from Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the Town of Chatham policy, procedure, and guidelines and application for temporary outdoor dining areas pursuant to the Governor's Order of June 1st, 2020.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, Dean and Peter. Any further discussion from the board?
Just real quick, Madam Chair.
Yep, and then Dean has his hand up.
Okay. Well done, Katie. I think you and the team did a great job. This is, I know you were working on this ahead of time, and if this is a long time coming, and I even give kudos even to our Madam Chair who worked this through the regional group up through the state, so the governor came out with this, and I think this is detailed. You have a procedure, you have a process, and you have a form they have to fill out. I think that's great. Thank you.
Great. Dean.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Katie, to you and the rest of the staff that worked on this. This is absolutely critical and extremely time sensitive, so I think we're good to vote this tonight. And I just had 2 quick questions. One was with respect to Tier 2, where you have to go before the Board of Selectmen. Given that we meet only weekly, is that going to be a problem in terms of expediting requests? And the second question was, there is a provision that allows for amending these rules, but the process is that they have to be first posted at one board meeting and then amended at a second one. Why can't that all be done in one meeting? Why, or is there some statutory requirement? Because again, this whole thing is time sensitive for all the businesses in town, whether they're on Main Street or elsewhere.
Katie?
Thank you. As far as the amendments go, this was, as I stated, this was in a draft policy that was presented to us by Town Council a couple of weeks actually before the governor's order came out. So I don't know that there's any legal requirement, and I don't know that it's necessary because if you're, again, tonight, if you're voting this policy, you didn't see it a week ago. So I don't see any reason why we couldn't have the amendments, at one meeting instead of delaying the process. And the other item relating to this board approving for the Tier 2, it would be, again, because you only meet weekly, that's the only time they could come before you, but we would make sure that the administrative review was done, and we would have a recommendation for you at your meeting. And so the group that we've assembled, we've talked about meeting at least weekly, if not bi-weekly, as applications come into us so that we can expedite these as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Katie. With that in mind, the answer to my earlier question, I would like to amend Jeff's motion, offer an amendment, so that in Section F, amendments, the provision simply read, these rules may be amended by a majority vote of the members of the Board of Selectmen, period. Leave out the proviso, with the understanding that perhaps Katie can talk with Town Council, and if Town Council says that has to be in, then it goes back in, and we don't have to come back and revote this.
And that's fine. Thank you, Dean.
Okay, and so thanks, Dean. That was a second with the amendment. Is that what I'm hearing from you, or just an amendment to the motion?
I amended the motion, and Jeff indicated, so I guess he seconded the amendment to his own motion. I think he can do that.
You can? Okay, so we don't need a second to that.
I'm not sure. Maybe Peter wants to second that.
Why don't you? Okay, thanks,
Go ahead,
Peter.
Pete.
Thanks, Pete. All right, any further discussion from the board? Any discussion from the remote participants? Okay, hearing none, we'll take a roll call. Selectman Dykens,
Yeah, aye.
Selectman Metters,
Aye.
Selectman DeCastro,
Aye.
Selectman Kokolas. Unmute, Pete.
God, aye.
All right, and the chair says aye. So thank you. That's great work, and I'm really happy that you got that done and we can
Good
move
job.
forward. Good job. Thank you, Katie.
Thank
Great
you.
job. Okay, great. All right, the next order of business is public hearing, Chatham Fish and Lobster request for alterations of premises. Wine and malt only liquor license. And that is the Mac Hay is the owner of Chatham Fish and Lobster. Shauna, are you speaking to this issue? Or do we open the public hearing first, Selectman Kokolas? Do we do the hearing notice?
Yes, for this particular application, as they are seeking a permanent alteration to premise of their liquor license, please open the public hearing. And then I believe Mac Hay and John Newman are both on the call to discuss the application.
Okay, thank you. Dean, will you open the public hearing by reading it? Thank you.
Chatham Board of Selectmen, public hearing notice. Notice is hereby given that the Chatham Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, June 9th, 2020 at 6:00 p.m. Consider a request for alteration of premise to the annual restaurant license for wine and malt only beverages for South Chatham Seafood LLC, doing business as Chatham Fish and Lobster, 1291 Main Street, Chatham, Mass. 02633. All interested parties are encouraged to attend. Signed, the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you, Dean. Hi, Mac, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, hi. Shauna, do you want to give an overview or are we going to have Mac do the overview?
I can give you a quick synopsis.
Thank you.
Timing wise, this application came in several weeks ago before the governor's order on temporary provisions was issued. So at the time, the only avenue to expand seating outdoors was to pursue a permanent change to the applicant's annual wine and malt only liquor license. So he chose to go down that route. We scheduled the public hearing, advertised, notified the abutters. All the pertinent applications were filed, not only through this office, but with the planning board, and for this one, just the planning board. They went through that process last night and received approval for a temporary change to their license. But when the governor's order was issued, I did contact the applicants and ask them if they wish to be considered under the governor's order for temporary only, or because they had already taken so many steps towards a permanent change to pursue, to keep going down that route. They did choose to keep going for the permanent change as all the steps had already been gone through, and this will allow them at any time in the future, if conditions go downhill again, to use that outside space in the future.
Okay. Jeff, you have your hand up. Oh, hold on. No, we want to hear from the Mac Hay before we go before the Mac. Do you want to speak to your application in any manner?
I would just say that as it's represented, we'd like to move our seating to the east and west of where it's currently located, utilizing the grassy areas that are in front of the restaurant and the courtyard, as well as the additional grassy area that's in front of what used to be the furniture store there, the bungalow, sorry. It's kind of late.
I know, I'm sorry, especially for people that get up early.
And, this was something that we had considered doing anyway, despite the pandemic. It just makes sense for us to have a little bit more space as far as consumption of alcohol in our seating area. To spread things out a little bit better would be, I think, a better experience for our patrons and our staff, whether it's now or in the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Mac. I just have a quick question for you. You have the proposed patio area in front of what is now the Cape Shark business. Is there, what do they, how do they feel about it?
They're actually not located directly adjacent to this. They're located in the courtyard. So part of it is, their front doors, but not their actual, they're not located in the front portion of that building. And they've been fine with it. They support it. As far as I know, they're all for it.
So who's in the front part, Mac, or is that just empty? And if so, has the owner of that portion of the building been notified and okay with it?
Yes, because we own that front portion as well as the Cape Shark
okay.
place.
Okay. I did not know that. Okay, thank you.
It's for rent.
Okay. All right, thank you. Dean, Jeff, you had your hand raised.
I do, Madam Chair. I move to approve the proposal for an alteration of premise to the annual wine and malt only restaurant liquor license for South Chatham Seafood LLC, doing business as Chatham Fish and Lobster, 1291 Main Street, Chatham, Mass.
And the second from Dean. I just want to make sure that I heard that you're okay with did you say the permanent?
Permanent.
Okay, all right. And we have a second. Any further discussion from the board? None? Okay, any discussion from the remote participants? Okay.
Shireen?
Yes.
It's Shauna. I just want to clarify that while the application for the permanent change moves through the ABC's approval process, they will be able to operate under the temporary order as well.
Right.
Okay, so that's how it would work. Okay, thank you, Shauna.
Good.
All right, so let's take a vote. Jeff?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Peter?
Aye.
The chair says aye. Okay, Mac, you're all set. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Okay, the next is Del Mar Restaurant for alterations of premise to annual all alcohol liquor license. And so, Shauna, yet again?
Sure. Very similar circumstance to Fish and Lobsters. Application came in several weeks ago. At the time, the only avenue was for a permanent change. Once the governor's order came out, I contacted the applicant, and he has expressed a desire for this change to be temporary only. So while he's gone through the more stringent process, if you will, of the planning board and HBDC approval, he would be approved only for a temporary change to his premise under the governor's order and the policy you have just adopted.
Okay, and I see that you said the planning board approved last night, or?
Yes, they did.
Okay, all right, Jeff.
Madam Chair, do you want me to read the?
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. We need the public hearing notification. So sorry. Go ahead, Dean.
Town of Chatham Board. I was hereby given the Chatham Board of Selectmen will hold a public hearing on Tuesday, June 9th, 2020 at 6:00 p.m. to consider a request for alteration of premise to the annual restaurant license for all alcoholic beverages for JJG Chatham Inc., doing business as Del Mar Bar and Bistro, 907 Main Street, Chatham, Mass. 02633. All interested parties are encouraged to attend. Signed, the Board of Selectmen.
Thank you. I see that the managing partner's on the call. John, do you want to speak to this issue at all?
No, Madam Chair. As Shauna said, I'm just seeking a temporary relief. I'm not looking for a permanent change.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have Jeff, did you want to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the proposal for temporary outdoor dining area by Del Mar Bar and Bistro, 907 Main Street, Chatham, Massachusetts.
Do we have a second? Who seconded that?
Peter.
Peter seconded it. Okay, any comments, further comments from the board? Any comments from the remote participants? Okay, hearing none, we'll take a.
Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, I don't have my hand raising feature.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't see you, Corey, at all. Okay.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Just to back up a second, this was before the planning board last evening, correct? Was that Katie? Was that just said that they've been before the planning board?
Yes, that's correct. For Del Mar, right?
Oh, for Del Mar, yep. And were there any comments about the the proposed description of the premises in regards to a split rail fence versus like not the nautical rope and posts that were proposed in our document. Were there any comments on those?
I don't believe that they had any conditions in relation to that. That was.
Okay. I mean, I think the site actually, well, I mean, the applicant can make a decision, you know, obviously permanent or temporary. I think the site actually works ideal for what they're shooting for. I do have a preference for the split rail fence. I think it's going to manage that property in a better method myself, more physical definition of the property, but I think this is an ideal situation for them. I'm going to give my preference to the split rail fence, but I think the setup is spot on for what their goal is. So I support it, but I would like to express my preference for a split rail fence just to define that area in a more manageable way.
Hi, thank you, Corey. I have Katie, your hand's up, but have you answered the question?
Actually, yes, just one more comment, Madam Chair. I do believe
Sure.
that the applicant actually had gone before the Historic Business District Commission because, again, this process started before the governor's order, and I do believe that they had a preference, and I'm not 100% sure what it was, but in the event that it was different than what Selectman Metters has indicated, I'm just wondering if there's any leeway on that for the applicant.
Corey, do you want to comment?
No, I'm just expressing my preference. I think the split rail fence offers a more defined area for safety security. I'm not going to hold my breath over this for the process. If the HBDC is waiting and there's a conflict in that, I'm not going to hold my breath over it. But I just want to express my personal preference, you know, from my years on the planning board and my own opinion on this. So strictly my own opinion.
Thank you, Corey. Was that clear enough for you, Katie?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, great. All right, so we have a motion. We have a second. Okay, and we have any comments from the remote participants? Okay, Dean, your hand is still raised.
Yeah, well, I had a comment.
Go ahead.
I mean, I guess I agree with Corey's sentiment that a split rail might work better and probably would look better, but I know he's not proposing that as an amendment here. I don't think he is. So I would leave it up to the business, and if the HBDC offered a preference, fine. If they imposed a requirement, obviously that will have to be followed. But I think these businesses are under it already with all these regulations and guidelines that are coming out from the state, and you know, we just adopted a set of our own. I'd rather not add more to it. So I just wanted to express that sentiment. Thank you.
Okay. We haven't heard from any remote participants again. I'm just putting that out there. Okay. We'll take a roll call on this vote, on this matter. Peter.
Aye.
Corey.
Aye. Sorry.
Dean.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
And chair says aye. Okay. You're all set. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Okay, our next one is temporary outdoor seating request, Pisces Restaurant. And we don't have to do a public hearing on this one, correct?
No, this one came in
after the fact.
After the governor's order came out, and we actually used it, if you will, as the working group sort of test case to review with the guidelines and the policy. There was general support for the proposal with the exceptions noticed in the suggested motion. I will bring up the plan in just a moment.
Okay.
And I believe Sue Connor is on the call as well.
Sue, are you on the call? I thought I saw you earlier.
Yes, I am.
Hi, Sue. Welcome.
Thank you.
So the exception to the application was not to recommend approval of the two tables proposed for the front of the building due to the proximity to the roadway and valet service and lack of physical barriers separating between them. That's my understanding, if anybody's interested. So this is the plan. Sue, do you want to speak to this?
Yes, well, those two were kind of a last minute addition, and what we're actually seeking is is in the event that the on-premise seating doesn't go forward, we would like to have the option to do some outdoor dining.
Okay. And I noticed that you have area to the west of the building that you're proposing for the seating arrangements, and that you will be putting a green screen barrier between the roadway and the dining area?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Does anybody have their hand up? Because I don't see. Okay, I do see Jeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to approve the proposal from Pisces Restaurant excluding the 2 tables proposed for the front of the building and proving final approval by the inspection team of the materials and dimensions of the green screen barrier between the roadway and dining area.
Thank you. Do you have a second on that? I saw Corey's hand up. Is that a second, Corey? Yes, you're muted.
Muted.
Muted. My wife would love this option. I will second this for discussion purposes.
Okay, great. All right, thank you.
Yeah, no, the green screen is my only concern. This is right on Route 28, and I I hate to think outside the box like this, but if just from a pure safety component, what is the green screen defined of? Because in the previous documents that we reviewed, one of the areas was, a description of the barrier should be used to protect diners from vehicles and other locations, et cetera, et cetera. So if this were like a bollard or something a little more firm or, with a safety component in place, I would feel far more comfortable about it. I know these restaurants are trying everything they can to survive. I just don't want it being something that is not solid. From my perspective, it has to be a solid, safe element for me to be able to vote in favor of this.
Does Sue, do you want to comment on that, or does the planning committee want to comment on that at all as to the approval?
I understand the concern, and we will work with whoever you want us to work with to decide what we think is a fair and safe barrier. It is going to be, obviously inside where the sidewalk area is and block off the end of the parking lot. So we're a little bit limited as to what could be installed that would be solid there. I mean, I'm not really sure what you mean. If you mean something like Jersey barriers, or go ahead.
I guess bluntly what I'm going through is if we were to grant approval of this and there was not a legally sufficient barrier, what kind of liability is the board putting ourselves under? To be very blunt about it. I hate to think of that extreme, but it's so close to a major road that I want to make sure that safety trumps everything. And that's just the angle that I'm looking for. I just want to make sure if we have the outside dining, people are sitting, we have that element of safety in place. If we're going to approve it, and if we were to approve it without that kind of level of safety, what position does it put the board in? Is frankly where I'm asking from.
Okay. So do we want to amend the conditions of the application? What's the suggestion?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Yeah, well, I was actually thinking Jersey barriers would be a good solution. You could make them prettier by putting a green screen in front of them somehow, so they'd be blocked, so they wouldn't be so ugly, because they are ugly. But a Jersey barrier would be useful, I think, and this would be a good application.
Would large boulders also suffice?
Boulders would be good.
It would be easier to
Yes.
to access.
Yes.
Might not be as cost prohibitive.
Thank you.
Jersey barriers are ugly too. They're ugly.
Yeah, right.
All right.
But I do understand the spirit of the concern. It's my concern as well. And we have a lot of directional signs for the valet so that we try to direct people away from that area. We're using it with our curbside pickup as well. But that has been a concern of mine as well, the proximity to 28. So, it's certainly something that we will take care of.
Great. Okay. Do we? I'm a little.
So do we need to modify the motion and have the committee approve the the solution rather than it coming back to the Board of Selectmen, if you will? Can Kathleen's committee approve the solution?
If it's worded correctly, I think. Go ahead, Shauna.
Sure, yeah, I believe the motion does include final approval by the inspection team of the materials and dimensions of the barrier. So I think it's covered.
Yeah, good. Okay.
Great. Okay. All right. So we have a motion. We have a second.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I think the motion was seconded, but if not, I'll second it. I just had a question for Shauna, technical question on the application right at the beginning where it says amendment, change, or alteration of premises information. Neither box is checked, and yet the responses to the various questions indicate that both subject matters are covered. So should those boxes be checked on your application form?
So the application that I'm asking any applicant for this change is to use the standard ABCC application, but it's not being forwarded to the ABCC. It's just kind of a standard form.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
All right. Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any questions from the remote participants? Hearing none, I'll take a roll call for approval. Dean,
Aye.
Jeff,
Aye.
Peter,
Aye.
Corey,
Aye.
and the chair says aye. Okay, thank you. Good luck, Sue.
Thank you, Shereen.
Thank you.
Board.
Chair.
Thank
All right. Our next order of business is a bond ban award, and our Alex Halila, our finance director, is making a presentation. Hi, Alex.
Good evening. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And
Yes,
sorry
I'm-
for the lateness. I know it's a long day.
So, thank you. Yes, tonight we're asking the board to approve an award of a bond to Piper Sandler and Company, and the bond amount is $3,450,000. I would like to provide a little bit of background on this. Prior to the issuance of the bond, the town manager and myself participated in a rating call with Standard & Poor's back on June 1st. And I'm very pleased to report to the board, and I know that you've seen this in your packet, but our AAA bond rating has been reaffirmed for the new issuance as well as for our existing debt. And this is extremely important in the light of the COVID-19 pandemic and all the uncertainty surrounding it. So I think it's highlighted in the report. S&P noted that we have strong reserves and we've taken measures to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. And I'll be happy to let the town manager add anything that she might like to add in regards to the rating call.
Thank you, Alex. Jill?
Just that it's really phenomenal for us to get a stable outlook, and it's a commitment by the Board of Selectmen and the community, and it's a community rating overall, and very proud about that. And it also then I'll turf it back to Alex for getting a good interest rate too for the $3 million, $3.7 million. This is for the waterfront bond projects that have already been approved by the board, but Alex was doing her permanent funding for it.
Great. Jeff?
It's great news, and I'd like to make a motion to award the $3,450,000 general obligation municipal purpose loan, 220 bonds dated June 25, 2020, the bonds to Piper Sandler and Company in accordance with the terms set forth in the attached bid and in the notice of sale dated June 3rd, 2020, relating to the bonds. I have a comment as well.
Okay, go ahead. A second on that?
Second.
From Peter. Okay, comment, Jeff.
Yeah, super report from Standard & Poor's for the town of Chatham. I don't mean to give it short shrift this late in the evening, but it really was an excellent report. It noted our focus on liquidity. It noted our ability to weather storms, if you will, COVID, and they're anticipating our doing a good job with our environmental challenges as well. They noted our strong management, our strong financial policies and practices, and again, our liquidity and our adequate debt capacity and ability to handle our debt. So it was an excellent report. I think everybody and Jill's team and Alex and the entire town and our townspeople ought to be really pleased. And I would ask them to take a good hard look at the report. It's an excellent report. So very, very, very pleased. It couldn't be any better at this time. It really couldn't.
No, this is extraordinary and but not extraordinary because I think everybody's been doing such a fantastic job. It's delightful, let's put it that way. Dean, your hand's up.
Yeah, thank you. I echo everything that you and Jeff just said. It really is a phenomenally strong report, and it corroborates, what we've been saying about our financial circumstances and how we're able, unlike some other towns, to go to a town meeting on a timely basis and put a budget forward and some serious capital items that we think we can handle. I just had a question for Alex or Jill, because they do comment on the outstanding OPEB liabilities, and they mentioned the annual contribution. But were they aware of the change in the land bank, so that we're going to have going forward another 500,000 for OPEB? Because they don't comment on that at all.
Alex?
Yes. Yeah, they did comment on that. And actually, when I first received the draft report, had liability. However, with the $19 million outstanding liability, it's, it is a drop in the bucket. So that's why that comment was made. But I think we are well ahead of other towns as far as this goes.
Yeah, I just didn't know whether they were aware of the additional 1.5% that's going to come in on the surcharge.
Yes, we did make them aware of that.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Any other comments? Jeff, your hand's still up. I didn't know if you had another comment.
No, I'm good.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I'm just going to ask if there's any remote participants that need to be heard. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to take a roll call on the motion. Peter?
Aye.
Dean?
Well done.
Aye.
Corey?
Aye.
Jeff?
Aye.
And the chair says aye, and yes, well done. Congratulations. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, the last item of business, I'm going to recuse myself from the.
I'm going to lose you.
I'm recusing myself from item I and ask the vice chairman to take over, and I will return to close out the meeting.
Madam Chair, too, would you, I can't see anybody raising their hands, or that doesn't work on my system. So if you see it, would you mention it to me, or?
How about if I have, Jill can do that
Jill?
for her.
Okay.
I'll do it for you.
And you
Okay,
might
good.
want to mention who's on the call, Jill, from the different, I see Stewart's there, but I'm going to recuse myself now.
Okay. What this is a referral back to us from a decision we made last week to refer a test or a look at direct sales off of the fish pier. And I'll let Stuart, well, I could either Jill or Stuart first, but in effect, it's appears to be a conflict of interest with the Aunt Lydia's Cove. And it would seem that it looks to me like two options: one, giving it to sending it over to the Waterways Committee, or potentially just trying to do it next week, let's say, or next time through the Board of Selectmen. Jill?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the chairman of the Aunt Lydia's Cove Committee, Doug Feeney, had reached out to me expressing a question about how to run the meeting when potentially members would have a financial interest in their recommendation. So they're an advisory board making a recommendation to the Board of Selectmen. So I suggested that he contact state ethics, and I know that he did as of Friday. I don't know what the response was, and I don't see him on the call.
I am here, Jill.
Oh, you are? Okay. And so basically this was his Chairman Feeney's request, and certainly we can turn it over to him or Stuart to just elaborate on it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I left for a second. I lost my Wi-Fi, so just continue. I'll catch up, but I lost my Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Stuart, you want to start before we go to Mr. Feeney?
Sure. Well, like Jill explained, the Cove Committee, many members of the Cove Committee may find themselves in conflict. And one of the suggestions that was raised was, in order to move forward, perhaps they could, the Waterways Committee could step in and give a recommendation to the board on the at the fish pier.
Okay. So, let me go to, I see Corey's hand up. Let me go to Doug
Dean.
first.
Okay.
Hey, Doug, you're there?
Yes, I am. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this was a concern after a few emails went around. Not only do I serve on Chatham Harvesters Co-op, I am also the chairman of the Atlantis Cove Committee and a fisherman down there. So I have not received any information back from the phone number I called as of yet. So we're just sending it back to the Board of Selectmen for your recommendation, but I have not received a phone call back from the town manager. Gave me a phone number to call, and I have not gotten any information back from them yet.
Okay, thank you. Corey?
No, thank you, Peter. Basically, my position is, I respect the position the Cove Committee is in. Punting this over to the waterways is not my preference. I think this board should just deal with this one way or another. And I mean, I don't know if we're precluded to really making the decision tonight, because it does say reconsideration. I'll look for guidance on that, but I think this board should just handle this, frankly.
Okay, any other comments? What do you,
Peter?
Dean?
Thank you. I agree with what Corey just said. I don't think it makes any sense to involve another committee. I understand the situation that some members of the Honolulu's Cove Committee find themselves in. I'm prepared to make some substantive comment on it tonight, because I've thought a lot about this since the last meeting. I had a conversation with the harbor master yesterday, and I remember the harbor master's comments and analysis that he gave us on June 6th. I don't think that substantively this is a good idea, but if you, I leave it up to you, Mr. Chairman. I can give my reasons, but I leave it up to you to determine whether we want to do anything beyond just reconsidering the referral. And I do think it's within the parameters of that reconsideration that's on the agenda to take a vote tonight on whether we think this should go forward or not. But if you feel differently, then we won't. We'll just limit the discussion to the issue of reconsideration.
Jeff?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and Selectman Castro, what would that motion be?
I would move that we not support the proposal for direct boat sales at the fish pier.
Mm-hmm. But then that's absent a recommendation from the Atlantis Cove Committee.
Yes. Yes, I can give my reasons if you'd like.
Yeah.
Okay, I see Corey's hand up. We'll go to Corey, and then I'm going to make a comment, and I may be going back to you, Dean.
All right, since Dean's motion wasn't seconded, I guess we're throwing other things on the fire tonight. I have a question. I don't want to overanalyze this situation, but we have a situation where the fishermen have a chance to do direct sales off their boats, which we've discussed is not going to be an ideal scenario for the summertime. Come summertime, it is just it's not the direction that we've spent all this money on the fish pier to press the commercial operations and the visitors and the tourists and the sightseers into all that area. So we have a huge conflict that's going to come for us probably in a couple of weeks. I'm going to throw this out there just for consideration, and you can tell me if I'm way off base. So short window, we're all trying to survive this summer. Do you allow direct sales at the fish pier until July 1? Shut it down. Let them give it a temp at this. It's an economical decision. They're trying to make some money. The fish pier is not. I mean, the observation deck is not open yet. Would that be such a terrible idea to open it up for a short 2 to 3 week window? Because the restaurants will eventually start opening up. That source of revenue will start coming in. Is that such a out of bounds idea? And I'm just throwing it out there for comment.
Before I go to Dean, let me make a comment. I was thinking a lot about this too. I went and looked at the land and who's there. From the way it looks to me is there's a very small, narrow area that you can sell from. And I noticed Nick Muto is on the line, and maybe we'll ask him to make a comment. But there's the there's the fish pier that's there. That's one thing. And I understand what Corey's saying, but we have a business there, and there's also private property right next to it. There's a piece of private property there. My concern with trying to do something tonight has to do with, we haven't let all those people know that we're going to take a vote and how they might want to weigh in, or Nick's on, but I don't know if there are any other fishermen that would want to weigh in. That's my concern. So Dean, do you have any comments? And then I'll give it to you.
I think in light of what Corey just suggested, it would be interesting to hear what Nick Muto or whoever else wants to say. What happens on July 1st? Did you say July 1st, Corey?
Yes.
What happens after July 1st? Are they going to want to extend that? Because my concern is, as Corey alluded to, we've spent $1.7 million to build this fish pier deck. And the whole purpose of that, well, one of the major purposes was to separate the commercial fishing operations from the general public. And this proposal, in light of that, seems to be a step backward. And I think that's my fundamental concern with it. We also have some regulations that would need to be changed. But I respect what you said, Peter. If you feel that people would be unfairly disadvantaged because they may not have expected a vote beyond the issue of reconsideration. But it seems to me reconsideration means, do we want to take this back from the Aunt Lydia's Co-Committee and either deal with it ourselves tonight or send it somewhere else? So I don't think we're disadvantaging anybody, but I'm not trying to rush it. And if Mr. Muto wants to say, I can live with a shutdown on July 1, maybe that's a different situation. So those are my thoughts.
Before I go to Nick, Jeff?
No, I'd like to hear from Nick, to be honest with you, and the harbor master.
Yeah, me too.
I'd like to hear from both of them.
Okay, Nick, you on? I see you there.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. I appreciate this being taken under reconsideration. With simply what I was asking for from the beginning was just that, just a test, really. I think there is obviously a lot of opportunity to be had down there, and I think there doesn't seem to be a tremendous amount of boats that are going to be doing this, especially up until July 1st, if we choose that date. And it seems in the few fishermen that I've talked to about it, 90% of us are done with a majority of our work down there by 2 or 3 in the afternoon most of the summer. And we've kind of talked to, we've worked through the way that we sell off the boat and everything else, that it seems the later in the day that we do the pickups and the direct sales, the better it seems to be. So even if we did away with that morning opening, the 4 to 8 p.m. window really seems to be the better one, the one that's more responded to by the public. At which time down at the fish pier, a lot of the operations are done down there. And I think there's a way to work through this, especially if you guys are willing to, reconsider a test down there, especially until July 1. And if we could get, at that point there, if we can work through, who's going to have the final say or what suggestions are going to be made at that point. I just think everybody could benefit, especially if we have a test case to this. And it sounded like earlier in the meeting, you guys did a test case as well with Pisces Restaurant, where things weren't ideal, but they did a few work-throughs on it, and they came up with it seemed like you guys came up with a better plan in the end anyway. So I'm hoping for some sort of a consideration like that we get a test for a little while till July 1st, and then we can, we'll have a better visibility on what this whole project looks like.
Okay, Stuart, do you have any comments?
I guess I'll just reiterate what I had said both in my email and our earlier meeting on this. There's 2 sets of regulations that we need to deal with, because the activity that's proposed is not permitted. It's not permitted under the Harbor Master regulations, and although it's not prohibited in the Selectmen's regulations, it was never envisioned. The fish pier is for commercial offloading. As it's been correctly pointed out, we've spent considerable resources, rebuilding an observation deck, replacing it, making it twice as large in order to specifically to get the people out of the parking lot. Now we're going to be putting people back in the parking lot. Exactly the opposite of what we've been trying to do. I appreciate Mr. Muto's entrepreneurship. He's an aggressive businessman. He's very successful. But I'll support a test case, as I did in the email, up until I think it was the 20th or thereabouts of June. If you go to July, you're going to be into dogfish season. The water temperatures are warm, where we may be getting dogfish earlier. So, I like the idea. I've been consistent with that. I think there's a lot of benefits to it, but there's a lot of negatives. There's fishermen who do not support this. And we haven't really had an opportunity to hear from them because we're under these unusual circumstances of video conferences and kind of being very difficult to meet. So my regulations require that I present them to the Aunt Lydia's Cove Committee for consideration. If they're going to, since they're in conflict or possibly in conflict, I think they probably are, then the next best committee is the Waterways Committee. Now, I understand the timeliness of this issue may not permit that. I'm, willing to put forward some regulations, but we will not have gone through our normal process where we would hear from all parties. So I do want to sum it up by saying I'm not supporting any direct sales during the summer months. The facility, as I said, I like the idea. The facility simply will not support that activity.
I'm Mr. Chairman, so Stuart, you would support a limited window, an experiment, if you will, between now and June 20th?
Yeah,
live with that.
Yeah, let's say the 21st is a Sunday. So let's say through the 21st, in my email, I was saying 6 to 9 because I know the activities are basically ended. It depends on a lot of variables as to whether the fleet is done. I would unloading by 2 or 3. I mean, I would agree that with Nick that
I'm going to lose you again, I think. Yeah. Dean's frozen, Stuart's frozen. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
We can hear you. Stuart is.
Every time this happens, I get lost in space.
Right.
Stuart, you're back now. We lost.
Okay, everybody's back.
Yeah, Stuart's back.
I'll hold my hand up like this. Maybe I'll get better reception or something. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I really want to support the fishermen. You know my history, but I feel like this is really rushed. That we haven't gone to the right people. We haven't gone to the neighbors. We haven't gone to the committees. We just think it's really rushed. And I'd be okay. I'd be sort of comfortable, supporting something till June 20th just to see how it went, to get some early data. But if guys want to sell their product, over the cap block, it's not going to happen at Chatham Fish Pier. It's not going to happen between July 1st and Labor Day. It's just not going to happen. So I don't know what the experiment's going to prove. It's going to maybe prove some promise in the off seasons. Okay, maybe. But then the fleet needs to think about what they want to do long term with respect to selling their catch over cap block, and may not be at the Chatham Fish Pier. It should be elsewhere, or should be through a co-op or something else. I mean, there are other mechanisms to do this and to be more advantaged in the marketplace rather than selling wholesale all the time. So I'd be willing to go to June 20th, you guys. I don't know what it's going to show, but I am absolutely unequivocally opposed to doing anything beyond that. And then I feel really rushed in doing that even. And so those are my thoughts.
Okay.
Those are my
Corey,
thoughts.
then Dean.
Thank you, Peter. No, I mean, the July 1, which is an arbitrary date, June 21st, essentially, this is an opportunity for our local fishermen who want to take advantage of this to try to have a little bit of an economical boost. That's frankly what it boils down to. It's going to be a very short window. this is not something that I can support during the summer months. I'm fully supportive of Stewart's position on that come, June, July and August. And I recognize all the time and effort and funds we put into the observation deck. And when that finally gets open, how that is meant to be, operated, and the intent of all that time and energy and public funds. So, a program that goes to the June 21st, I can support. I want to keep it simple. I don't want to overthink this. And if we can give it a shot, I will vote in favor of it. If this becomes too overhauled, then so be it.
If I could just get a sec.
Hold on, I'm gonna have Dean go. Was that Nick?
Yes, it was.
Hang on a second. Let me go to Dean.
Well, thank you, Peter. I mean, I don't see the point of this test. If we're very clear, we heard the harbor master say, and Jeff just sort of said it as well, if we're not going to have it in the summertime, what's the point of this test? If it's an opportunity for some of the fishermen to make some additional money in the next 12 days, maybe, that's a different argument. But if it's a test to find out how it's going to work, unless we're going to step back from our view that it's not going to work in the summer and it's not going to work when the fish pier deck is open, I can't see myself supporting the so-called test. I just think it doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And Stewart has already addressed the issue, the complication of the fact that we have regulations that would need to be changed. And he's also pointed out that even during this quote test period, the better hours would be 6 to 9 as opposed to 4 to 8, which is what I think Nick is proposing. So I don't see myself supporting this in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Nick?
Lost him.
Yeah.
Nope, I'm here. I
No,
got
he's
it.
muted.
Nope, sorry. Thank you. Again, I appreciate you guys taking this, even considering it. But I think what the opportunity here is for us to prove that it is that we can make this work, that we have seen this, we have tried this in a few other places and we have made it work. In thinking this through a little bit further, that if we did things strictly in the South Jog, that we wouldn't even have to have people get out of their vehicles. I've talked to a number of fishermen that'd be willing to pay for a police detail to help with traffic and help move things through on our own dime. And really the way the cars could move through that parking lot in and out, I mean, they're literally going to be down there minutes and they'll be on their way out of there. They'd be so close to the boat to get their fish off the boat. It would, it's actually the most efficient place for us to do this. And again, I think we can prove our point and make our case really that we can do this and we can move people through in an efficient, effective way, if given the chance to try to prove that.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to make a comment. Oh, sorry, Dean.
I was just going to ask, I know Stewart has voiced his thoughts on it. Jill, do you have any thoughts? I know you and I chatted about this briefly the other day. If you have any, fine. If not, not.
My only concern is the same as Stewart's with regard to having a congested area and moving people through there. So I really don't have any opinion about the hours that they would be operating. But as long as it's light out, I think people are going to want to be there at the observation deck. And then the other thing is, I don't really know how to move around our regulations for a test program, but I'm sure I could talk to town council if that's where the vote's going to go for the board.
Okay, thank you, Jill. This is my problem. We have regulations that have to be changed. Like I said, there's more there than just the fishermen. There's regulations that are there. You have a commercial building that's there. You have a residential area that's there. I understand what Dean said. Yeah, we're not really disenfranchising them, but nobody knew that we would take a vote. Maybe they should have known. I'm reluctant to, and I'll leave it to you guys. I'm reluctant to have a vote on this now If we think it's worthwhile considering, then I think we should do it the next time. I know that hurts them as far as timing is concerned, but what are the regulations going to say? How are they going to change? What do the neighbors have to consider? There's just too many moving parts, especially if you make a comment, and Nick made a comment about, well, the police they'd be willing to pay for police. Well, there's a number of issues that are there. Maybe they should have been thought of ahead of time, but I'm reluctant for us to do that tonight. Any comments?
Peter, we have Dr. Bob has his hands up.
Oh, thank you. Dr. Bob?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. I just wanted to comment real quick on the statements that were made that, the lower parking lot, could handle this traffic. I mean, I've been down there on multiple occasions. Yes, we're building a new observation deck, but the problem is we still have people transiting between the upper parking lot, down the stairs, and across that south parking lot to get to the observation deck. Now, if you're going to add to the already congested pedestrian area, a continuous string of cars coming down, circling through that lower parking lot, picking up their fish, and then pulling back out again. That's just magnifying the safety nightmare that we've been trying to resolve now, going on 2+, 3+ years. We looked at things like, a sky bridge to get the pedestrians through that area because, you've got tractor trailer trucks moving in there, you got large pickup trucks. And I just can't see, sitting here listening to the conversation, any way that you could safely run a large number of cars through that, lower parking lot in a safe manner in such a congested area. So, I mean, I'm fully supportive of helping the fishermen out, but that's just, as Stuart said and others have said, that's just not the right location. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Douglas Feeney. So
hey, Doug.
During all this, we came up with these times that we could think that it would be more suitable for us to work this issue. The only thing that I battle a little bit is our neighbors. So the people that live on Shore Road, and especially the new fish market owner. We haven't had a chance to hear from him. And I think that's sort of important before we go to do something like that. But I support the times. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from the board?
Jeff Dykins had his
Yes,
hand up.
I have my hand up, Peter. So if Dean makes his motion, I'm willing to support the fishermen, but there's just too many impediments on this one. I'm sorry, Mr. Muto, but I'm not going to support even this test. We haven't touched base with the new guy, the new ownership at the fish market. There's too much traffic. There's just so many unanswered. This isn't well planned. It's not well thought out. We're working against our regulations. We haven't touched the town council. There's too much stuff going on. It's not well planned out. So I'm sorry, but I'm not going to support it. And if Dean would make a motion, I would vote, and if Dean says we're going to nuke it, I'd vote to nuke it tonight. So thank you. Sorry, Nick.
Yeah. Any other comments? Do I hear a motion?
Well, I didn't, Mr. Chairman, this is Dean. I didn't offer a motion before. Jeff asked me what kind of motion I would offer, and that was what I was responding to. So I didn't put a motion on the floor.
Okay, Corey?
Thank you, Peter. I'm trying to just read through. We might be just best off continuing this to next Tuesday. Doug just mentioned how they haven't reached out to the fish market, the abutters. The more I'm listening to this, I'd almost rather err on the side of caution and make sure all parties have their 2 cents worth on this before we make it yay or nay. We're dealing with a short window. We're trying to work our best with it, but now I'm getting a little more reluctant about pushing this forward and going out of the norm of our policy and procedures. So I would recommend that we continue this to next Tuesday for further discussion.
Dean.
And a vote by the board, and a vote by this board.
That I would agree with that. It's keep it in the board. Dean? I'm sorry.
Mr. Chairman, the problem with that is, and I respect what Corey said, but you go to next Tuesday, that's the 15th. So we're gonna have, suppose we decide next week, okay, it works, we're fine. You can have a test that will last 1 week. Not even that, right? 5 days.
5 days.
And as I said, I'm not sure what the purpose of the test is, because it seems Nick is, I think, seems possibly convinced that the test, if it goes the way he thinks it would cause us to reconsider allowing this activity to go on even after the test period. And my sense is that we're not likely to do that. So I just think we're all spinning our wheels, and I think the board should probably make a decision tonight, but one way or the other, or do nothing. That's my thought.
Hey, let me ask Jill, is there a necessity for us to take a vote to turn it down? Or I think maybe we should, I mean, my personal opinion is, I think it'd be worthwhile to at least have a vote on it and say yes or no, especially since, what the comments you made about the 15th. I hate to, we support the fishermen considerably. It's not my area of expertise, but at the same time, another commercial business that's sitting there, residential area, and the traffic that's in there, I think I understand that. Jill.
Mr. Chairman, the board received a proposal. So if you want to, I guess, close it out, you would take a vote whether to approve or not approve. But if not taking a vote, it's just sort of out there. So I think that the applicant would want to have some kind of definitive answer.
Yeah. There wasn't a proposal in our package. I didn't get a proposal.
Last week when the board reviewed it?
Yeah, and then we deferred it to the Outlet East Cove. It's come back to us, so yeah, that makes sense to me.
Mr. Nicastro.
Yes, Mr. Dyke.
You make a motion?
Well, technically,
thank you, Mr. Dykens.
Technically, it's still in the hands of the Outlet East Cove Committee unless you want to take it back tonight. So I'll throw a motion on the table. I move that the board reconsider the referral to the Outlet East Cove Committee of the proposal made by, I guess, Mr. Muto, and that the board support his proposal. I'm framing this in the affirmative. I'm going to vote against it, but that's my motion.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on the board? Corey?
So in the motion, are there defined dates?
No.
20th first? I mean.
Well, I don't remember what the proposal said.
Neither do I, so.
Yeah, I don't.
I think the proposal was for a pilot going into the summer, so I don't think there was a defined cutoff date per se.
So I guess I don't think I need a date if I'm just proposing that we support a pilot. Maybe Shauna can read back the motion if she's still.
Oh, it's late.
I'm still here.
Well.
The motion by Dean, so for the Board of Selectmen to reconsider the referral to the Antlet East Cove Committee of the proposal by Nick Muto and support the proposal for a pilot program.
That's my motion, yes. And that was seconded by Mr. Dykens, I believe.
Okay. Yep. Corey, any comment?
Yeah, no, it's late, so I'm just trying to wrap my head around this, because if we were to approve it and we were to go through the normal process of regulations, Outlet East Cove is not going to be the body that Stewart would go to present the regulations to. So this is a completely abnormal process, I guess we're looking at. But so be it. If we went through all the motions in a quote normal timetable, the window would already be closed. I'm thinking. So are we? Great idea or bad timing? I think is where it falls.
Yeah.
Dr. Duncan has something to say.
Yeah, Dr. Bob.
Yeah, I was just going to say the proposal from last week had a June 15th date on it.
Through June 15th. The test would go through June 15th?
Yes, that's what Mr. Muto's email had.
Well, it's necessary to put the June 15th date into your proposal just at the end of test program through June 15th into the motion?
Mr. Chairman, I didn't insert a date, and I don't think I want to insert a date.
Yeah.
The idea for me is there's a concept to have a pilot, and I'm throwing that out for the board to vote it up or down. I think Mr. Dykens wished that.
And that's a second. I had comments from Corey. How about from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a question when it's my turn. Doug Feeney.
Yeah, go ahead, Doug.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I'm a little bit confused here. I think the date of June 21st was thrown out. That would be the cutoff. So where are we at now? I'm a little bit confused because it can't go back to the Island Use Code. As far as I know yet, I've reached out to the people to ask them if we're in conflict. So we're sort of dealing with, Island Use Cove might be taken out of this. So I'm sort of asking for clarification.
I missed part of that. Now, I don't know if it was someone else on the line, but
Mr. Chairman, I think Doug was asking because he has inquired of the state and he hasn't received a response back, and the plan as proposed tonight was to have a June 21 cutoff as opposed to June 15. Where would things stand? I think I got Doug's question or comment correctly. I know it was cutting out. He can tell me if I'm wrong. All I'm saying, Mr. Dykens pressed me to put a motion on the table, and what I put the motion I put on was, do we think the idea of having these direct boat sales take place as a test, as a pilot test, is something we approve of or not? And regardless to me of whether, because I didn't insert any dates, when it's cut off. And if the motion carries, I'm happy to withdraw it if other board members want to go in a different direction.
All right.
If the motion carries, that's the end of this proposal, I think.
That's right. I understand that. I think what we have is something that was referred back to us since we sent it to Island Use Cove. And I think in general, we can say whether or not we think the test program is worthwhile to do. We can accept the fact that we're making a decision. And the only other question I had is previously, which I'll withdraw, had to do with whether or not we should have a lot more public input if we were going to do a test. But if we don't think it's going to be a good idea and it's only going to be 5 days, I think it's appropriate a motion. I don't know if anybody else has any questions about that. All right.
Okay.
All right. I think we have a motion. We have a second. And any more comments? No? Okay. Let's see. Nita, okay.
A roll call vote.
Yeah, I know. I caught my throat here. Mr. Nicastro.
No.
Mr. Dykens.
No.
Mr. Metters.
Nay.
Chair says no. Thank you, Mr. Muto, and thank you, everyone. Thank you, Stuart. And I'll turn it back over to Shireen.
Thank you. I will welcome a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn, Madam Chair.
Second. Is that Dean? Okay, roll call. Corey.
Aye.
Dean.
Aye.
Jeff.
Aye.
Peter.
Aye.
And the chair says aye, and it is 10:09. Thank you, everyone.
Everybody.
Have a good evening. Thank you to the staff for hanging in tonight. Appreciate it. These are long. Good night. Good night, everyone.